Howdy.
Oh, that was a good effort. It's not morning over where I'm at, so the good morning feels funky. But it's morning somewhere. So good morning shouldn't feel that weird. It's morning where you're at.
Oh yeah.
See?
It's very morning. It's 5:38 morning. Anyway, I'll try that again.
Clearing your throat out.
Howdy. Is that better?
Surprisingly, that was well done.
I had a thing in my throat.
Obviously. Well, the howdies. I don't know. Something about them. I won't question too hard, but I suspect something.
What?
I don't know. I can't tell, but there may be fuckery afoot.
What kind of fuckery? Where's this fuckery?
I don't know where, but I
Who's
do detect
the fuckery?
it. I don't know if fuckery is a who. It's more of a verb.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can commit
Somebody else
fuckery.
talk.
No, somebody else. Decent. So, and by the way, what happened this past weekend with genetically engineered viruses and future zombie apocalypses? I feel like there was some kind of development happened sometime over the weekend over that. I did see videos where people were marching through the streets with guns and picking people up out of the. It's weird. Also, drones that are just shouting at people to do things. Yeah, it's weird. It's all no good.
This
For me,
is
anyway.
true.
It seems like a video game.
It does seem like something. I mean, those fucking. All right, the people marching through the streets thing. That's been happening for a while. What what some people in China are doing is they're enforcing their own quarantines. Like, you would see a lot of people from other villages around Wuhan blocking them in, barricading them in with weapons
I believe this.
so that they wouldn't get out.
I believe this.
Because usually every time a virus breaks out or some sort of new disease breaks out, you know, because of the because of the poverty in China, it usually takes a higher death toll than what it does in Western nations.
Yeah.
And it's usually the elderly that are most susceptible.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Different immune systems on the older people, and the way that people just pack like fucking sardines in China, so they're everywhere. It's just piled on top of each other. While I was saying that, I realized that, like, I don't know, that's a very grim vision of people who've already started talking about mass graves. We don't know if there's mass graves. I don't think there are yet. I don't think that's a thing yet.
Actually,
oh, that's a thing? That's a thing already?
well,
you don't really need graves if they're cremating everybody.
Yeah. I did a lot of research on this morning. Like before I lost all my mojo. But yeah, basically for a while now, since 24th of December or something like that, or at least since the 1st of January. Yeah, they've been running the funeral homes 24/7. They're not doing any traditional burials, but they've got the furnaces going all the time. That's why people are thinking that the death count is actually higher than what the Chinese government is saying that it is.
Jesus. Well, I could believe it's getting like that. I don't know. It's about like mid last week. I've been pretty sure that this was going to be a bad deal. Like, of course it was going to be a bad deal, but I mean, shit was going to get out of hand with this, and it seems like it's starting to get out of hand, or it has already been out of hand, and we are starting to figure out how out of hand it's getting. It's that's no good.
Okay, well, I'm going to start sending one or two things to Vamp, seeing as how we're going to talk about this. Alright, that first one. Not a lot of people understand what an R or a 4 means. And for every one person that gets infected, they are likely to infect 4 other people. Say with things like the Spanish flu that killed like 50 million across Europe, it had an R naught of 2. So for every one person that got infected, they would infect another 2 people. So we're starting to see people are starting to have to learn the hard way what an exponential growth means. And there's a lot of talk about, oh, this is like the new SARS. Well, no, it's not. Because SARS, it had a much lower R naught. Is Vamp there?
When you mean, or when you say it had a lower, where was SARS? on the level, was it 1, 2, what was it? For every one person, how many got infected?
I think it was about 1.6 or 2.
1.5, 2?
Is Vamp there?
I don't fucking know. All right, so you have one that goes to 1 or 2. This one is knocking out 4 people for every one that gets infected.
Well, I'll put this in the Discord then. Yeah, as you can, you guys, in the chat, you'll see it in a minute, whenever she gets back. But within 10 days, it's already gone above 10,000 reported infections. It's a steep climb. Whereas SARS, within 20 days, the number of infected people, it was just over 2,000. Within
Jeez.
50 days, it was over 6,000. It plateaued at around 8,000, and that's where shit started to get under control. But 213, that was the at around 25 days in, the SARS genome was sequenced. By that time, they'd had around 2,500 infected. That was when the WHO, the World Health Organization, first reported on it. They've already started reporting and tallying this shit, and it's already, within a matter of 10 days, over 10,000 people infected.
So, what it's looking at now, like that's like the little fucking line. It's just going straight up.
Yeah.
How long do you think it is before it starts to calm the fuck down?
I don't see anything stopping it at the moment, because at the moment, nobody is treating this the way it should be treated.
I don't know.
Because
I don't know if they know how to treat it.
well, there's only one way to really treat it, and that is prevention and quarantine. Realistically, we should be locking China up in a moat. There should be no world travel. Based on the current statistics, the mortality rate for the nCoV virus, it's around 2.2%. But I would go as far to say as that number is actually far higher than what we think it is. Because I don't think the Chinese are being honest with how many people are dying, especially with these reports of the fact that they've been running Auschwitz 24/7 for at least a week.
You think they're just killing them?
No, I don't think they're killing them. I think it's disposal of corpses.
Okay.
These are reports that we're getting from people in China.
I wanna stay skeptical that that's what they're doing, but it's really hard when you know they're not being honest. And like, I can't tell you how many people are infected over there, but we all pretty much know that what's going on now is, we're not being told the truth by them. We're just not.
We absolutely are not being told the truth by China, and we never have been, and we never will be.
Yeah,
Like, let's
China's
be
not very
honest.
honest about that kind of stuff.
When you go back to how SARS was, every single step of the way, they lied. You didn't get the truth out of them at all. everything was way underestimated the entire fucking time with SARS.
So I find it hard to actually think that they're embellishing the numbers just because the numbers are really fucking bad. More people have died of this than died of SARS already, and we're 2 months in. But either way, uh, you know, there's no good way to put it. Even when the numbers are accurate, the numbers aren't accurate. Still.
Well, so far there's been 213. The latest reports are 280 confirmed deaths of this new Wuhan strain, the coronavirus strain. The final results for SARS, as you can see, were 774, and that occurred over a period of 100 days, with 8,000 infected over that 100 days. If you have a look at the infection rates and the number of people dying, even though let's just say that the mortality rates are accurate and it is only 2.2%, because of how infectious it is going to infect a larger amount of people, substantially larger, and then cause by proxy a larger amount of death.
The only thing with that is that the numbers, there's already 362 deaths so far.
Okay, so there's 362 deaths. Well,
Yeah.
that's they've already gone halfway through the number of confirmed SARS deaths.
And that's before anything shows a sign of slowing down. So I'd imagine it's at least more potent.
It has not even taken a rest.
That's no good?
No. At the moment, there's basically absolutely nothing stopping that number from continuing to go up. I mean, we watched that thing where those drones were flying around China, yelling at people, telling them to put masks on and go home, and that was all funny. But that's not gonna help.
Oh, yeah. Did you see the thing where, I don't think you've seen the thing where there's a video of them like grabbing people and loading up their pistols and all that shit? I don't know if you've seen that, but
yeah,
not good. It's not looking good. It's, I don't, if it were happening at a different time, maybe there would be, I don't know, more people willing to go along with, the Chinese government. Oh, maybe they're not lying that much, but just over the past like 5 or 6 months, there's been so much shit with the Chinese government that nobody's wanting to give them the benefit of the doubt on a fucking thing.
I mean, as much as I say I don't know how they could be embellishing the numbers because they're so bad already. I don't have faith in them to tell the truth either. So
yeah,
there's no chance that they're embellishing the numbers if they're minimizing.
that's
they're downplaying.
Oh, fuck. I believe that. I could believe that they are trying to downplay the numbers.
Okay, here's the thing. How often has China asked for help from other countries? Pretty much never. Right? They are already asking for help with things like masks and body bags and things like that. And they are the #1 world supplier of these things. Like when we want these things, surgical masks, surgical gloves, all the rest of it, they're all manufactured in China. So take into account the fact that they've now started running the crematoriums 24 hours a day, and they're asking for things that they themselves manufacture. It's possible that they're running out. What you're having a look at right now, that's the new coronavirus.
That could be a design for a t-shirt. Most people have no idea what that is.
There's a reason why I asked that to be put on the screen. You see that section in the middle there? The green bit?
Yeah.
Coronavirus, it's a general subspecies of virus that is largely related to bats. Okay? The coronavirus, it's an RNA virus. It's highly likely to mutate. Like, they took the RNA sequences from 6 patients in one household, and they were all different. That's how mutatable this virus and an RNA virus is. In one house, six different people within the same house had different sequences of the virus. Now, what that green bit in the middle right there, that is completely new. More than half of the coronavirus has genomic sequences that are new to all subtypes of coronaviruses. The middle segments of the viruses that you're having a look at now contains completely new shit. And it's this spike region that encodes the proteins that are responsible for the virus being able to infiltrate human host cells. So that green bit in the middle, it's completely new. And its function is what it does is allows it to infect human cells when it comes into contact with them inside of the body. There are similarities between this virus and HIV in these particular binding proteins. Of the bulk mass that is new, there are 4 specific sequences that are in HIV. While it's not uncommon for 1 or 2 of these sequences to show up in other viruses, all 4 of these sequences are only present in HIV and this virus. A study by the Lancet rejects the possibility that the emergence being that this thing naturally evolved in the wild, or an admixture between different coronaviruses that different coronaviruses within the bat population met up and formed this, have been rejected by the Lancet study. There are up to 12 different. One of the things that they're doing to treat this virus at the moment in China, 12 of the drugs that they're using are HIV drugs.
$12 out of how many?
12 out of 15.
That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign at all. I'm curious about one thing though. If that's what they're using to treat it, shouldn't that more or less be, kind of a little bit of a trigger to let everybody, hey, maybe you should go look at that. And then that seems like, to me anyway, that's what that seems like. As if that's something that's going up, maybe that's what should be looked at. That's just me. I'd be like, well, I don't know. Do most sicknesses come with bits and pieces of HIV in it? I don't think so.
No, they don't. Like
Okay,
I said before, there are 4 specific sequences that are only found, that are within the HIV thing. HIV virus contains these 4 specific protein sequences, and there may be 1 or 2 other viruses out there that have maybe 1 of those sequences, but no other virus out there has all 4 of those sequences in the same virus, except HIV and this new strain of corona.
it's the only ones.
Yes.
That's not a good sign. More not good signs there.
Okay. 3 months ago, there was a simulation between the coronavirus outbreak run by the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in conjunction with Johns Hopkins in America. They called it Event 201. So this was 3 months ago. Johnson & Johnson were also involved in this simulation and is now involved in making a vaccine. They simulated an outbreak that was supposedly from South Australia, blamed on animal to human transmission through eating. It was a strain of coronavirus. Before every single major terrorist attack in the past 50 in recent times, the authorities always run a simulation. Think about it. Before the day of 9/11, they were running war games and simulations predicting exactly what we were supposed to be going on. Before the London bus bombings, the day of the London bus bombings, they were running simulations on what would happen if terrorists put bombs on these things. 3 months ago, they were running simulations about an outbreak of a coronavirus. And then we have this thing. Those blue bits in the middle there, they are what's making it so infectious. They're what's giving it an R naught of 4. The Lancet released a study by Chinese researchers on Friday. Well, before I get to that, this Wuhan outbreak, there was 2 biological complexes within 30 kilometers of the seafood market. The Chinese government is saying that this virus, it originated through food transmission at this seafood market, right? Just the same as what it apparently happened on in this simulation. But it just so happens that within 30 kilometers of this market, there are 2 bioweapon complexes that were working on, guess what? Guess what they were exclusively working on?
What?
Coronaviruses.
Okay, when you say Corona, makes it seem like it's a fucking brand name or something. Like
It is.
is
Think
that
of it
the
as a
goal
brand
name of
name.
it?
Think of it as a brand name. Coronavirus, the brand name is bat virus. Like, you know how things have different species? Like, there are many different species of dog, but they're all canines. There are many different species of cats, tigers, blah, 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 but they're all felines. There is this species of coronavirus. They all usually come from bats, which is why to see 50% new genetic information out of nowhere, and specifically stuff that seems to be from HIV, is such a shock.
Doesn't seem like it should be there. Doesn't seem like that's how shit works.
No. The Lancet released a study by the Chinese researchers on Friday with details on the first 41 confirmed cases of nCoV 2019. That's what they're calling this particular virus. The earliest case was a patient from the 1st of the 12th, 19. So the 1st of December. This is the earliest recorded confirmed case of somebody with this new strain of coronavirus, the nCoV 2019. Think of it like a new strain of flu. Like, you know how they have the H1N1? That's a new strain of flu. Well, this particular strain of coronavirus is nCoV 2019. The first person who had it, 1st of the 12th, in 2019, he had absolutely no link to the seafood market, blamed to be the source of the outbreak. No epidemiological link was found between the first case and the other 42 original cases. So out of the first 42 cases, the first guy with it, he had no connection to anyone else. The data also shows that out of these cases, another 13 of them also had absolutely no link to the food market. So not only the first case had no link to the food market, but 13 other people also had no link to the food market.
All right. There's no link to the. All right, so more credence to the genetically engineered thing.
More credence to it didn't come from the food market. How they're saying this virus came about, which is through humans who come into contact with this virus from, say, eating bat soup or from this food market, like they're saying. Unlikely. That's not how it happened. It happened outside of that. And then somebody went to this food market while they were infected and then infected a large amount of people. Daniel Lucy of Georgetown University, infectious disease specialist, he remarked that 13 is a massive number. If the new data is accurate, the first human infection must have occurred in November, as there is a period of infection before showing symptoms. It most likely spread person to person silently. He claims that the virus came into the marketplace before it came out of it. The reason why the fish market may be stated as a source case is it would have been very easy for people to infect one another when they go to the fish market and then infect a large number of people. But it probably didn't come from there. So where did it come from?
Well, 2 days before they quarantined the place, they held this huge banquet to set a world's record. That was the thing I found really strange.
Well, this outbreak, it just so happens that it completely lines up with celebrations for the new Chinese New Year, or some sort of festival in China. It's not Chinese New Year, but it's some sort of festival. Fuck, maybe it is Chinese New Year. I don't know.
So gather up a bunch of people to come hang out real quick.
Well, it just so happened that a bunch of people were there hanging out and celebrating. It was one of the largest festivals in China. I'm pretty sure it is the Chinese New Year.
Yeah, it was an early set off for it, and they were trying to break a world record. They had 103,000 guests eating there at this huge like celebration. They're all eating up, the same tables, and
That's
two
weird as
days
fuck to me.
2 days later, they're quarantining the town.
Yeah, everyone came there for a big fucking party, and this virus just happens to get loose. People don't know. They're saying that it fucking came from, natural sources, but that is extremely unlikely.
And the big thing is they didn't want that to be something that the press knew about. China, the way it is, I was watching a video on this, and that's the way all their empires tend to go. Like usually the one empire ends, it's because of a tragedy. It's because of like this, you know, horrible event that happened. So that's why they try to keep everything kind of hush hush because they don't want to get overthrown. They have that paranoia that if they think the perception is that bad things are happening under the regime, they're gonna get overthrown. Um, so they allow shit like this to happen and don't tell anybody. Uh, Maybe don't go to this banquet. It's a good idea or a bad idea to have a bunch of people together when like this illness is running around. They don't, and that's where the big thing about them like hiding numbers comes from too. The question of like, whether they're just keeping some of these numbers quiet. They're saying like if people don't die in the hospital, they don't count them. It's really just becoming a mess as far as trying to keep track of it. But either way you look at it, it's um, whatever they said about the numbers, whatever they did, to cause it or to not cause it, to try to prevent it. It's out of control at this point.
Well, you say at this point, I don't know. I think within like a week of it, it was probably already out of control, and just we're catching up to where it's at.
I mean, the person that watched video and it's like a million views, but like he was even suggesting that maybe the virus, there was even trace amounts of it before this whole thing happened, but it was just covered up. So we don't even, might not even know how far back this virus comes. It could have been a thing. Then I think they had talked to some doctors that said like they were told not to let anybody panic, like just to tell everyone to go home, don't be around anybody, quarantine yourself, and like that was all the medical advice they were given, and not to talk to anybody about it. And of course, a lot of the people were sick, and they said, okay, well, I'm just not going to do anything. Still going to go out. Still going to live my life. I'm not going to stay home. Yeah, it's the flu. It's no big deal. Because that's how people are with all this shit, and the way they downplayed it. Um, yeah, it just led to people running around and infecting everybody.
Hmm. I think they kind of kept it under wraps until they mentioned anything about it. Let it get out, let it do what it's doing, and they'll mention something about it, see where it's going.
Well, there are doctors that have already reported they were kind of hushed on it to begin with. They're told to downplay the whole thing. So
And I
it's
think
not.
there's a reason for that.
How do you get how do you ask a doctor to downplay something? What would you ask them?
I think that's just part of their culture. Like I
You
said,
don't look. You don't ask them anything. This is fucking China. If
yeah.
you go against the government, they will throw you in a cell for the rest of your unnatural life,
I got that, but what would you
or
say to
give
them?
you a bullet.
What would you say to
Say,
them?
shut the fuck up.
You said we don't want panic. Tell everyone to go home and isolate themselves, and that it should keep the spread from happening.
That I can
Right?
hear.
In our countries, we have the illusion of freedom of speech. Over in China, that they don't have that illusion. And anybody that wants to pretend that they do have freedom of speech, they meet the gun. of the government. They get fucked up pretty hard. And there's a reason why they've been trying to keep this quiet the whole fucking time. It's because this thing absolutely was engineered. There is no fucking way this thing emerged in the wild.
Doesn't
I'm
seem
not
like there's any
saying it-
natural path for it to exist, really.
Well, there isn't. And especially showing up with the protein sequences that it has right now. So this thing absolutely started its life in a lab. And it just so happens that within this fish market, there's 2 bioweapons labs within 30 kilometers of this apparent fish market, which was the apparent outbreak. Back in 2017, researchers at these institutes, they were claiming to have edited bat genomes using CRISPR technology. This would then mean that they had more than 2 years to further edit the bat genome and create and explore variations of viruses. Bat viruses, coronaviruses. The Institute's senior researcher had a sole grant dedicated to the research of bat viruses to the tune of $1.5 million. It was a huge part of research that was done in these 2 labs. News reports say that the institute was 32 kilometers from the Hunan seafood wholesale market where the coronavirus was said to have originated. And some people, a different type of map, the Baidu Maps, says one of the institute's buildings is only 20 kilometers from there. Shi Zhengli, which is a senior, I'm mispronouncing that, I know. He's a senior researcher at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. He had a sole grant dedicated to the research of bat viruses. Quote, identification, genetic evolution, and pathogenesis of bat viruses in China. This was his realm. A large bulk of the research was spent researching coronaviruses. Of particular note are the recent articles from the Wuhan Institute, bat coronaviruses in China, origin and evolution of pathogenic coronaviruses, characterization of a new member of alpha coronavirus with unique genomic features in a certain species of bat, detection and characteristics of novel bat-borne coronaviruses, discovery of bat coronaviruses through surveillances, probe capture, based next generation sequencing, blah, blah, blah. So basically, these fucking labs, this is exactly what they were working on. They were working on bats. They were working on coronaviruses. They were using CRISPR. They were fucking around with shit. This isn't even hidden. It's on. They published a lot of their research.
Between this, the weird, I don't know, the weird like heist thing that happened, mostly and all that shit. Sure.
Oh, dude, that heist thing.
There's something to it.
A researcher with ties to China was escorted from the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were for what's described as a policy breach. Dr. Zhang Qiu, her husband, blah, 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 and an unknown number of her students from China were removed from Canada's Level 4 lab on the 5th of July, 2019. This virology lab was equipped to work with the most serious and deadly human and animal diseases.
It's got both the deadliest for the animals and the humans.
Yeah.
We should definitely have that under one roof. That's a good plan. I don't know.
This isn't even the first time that police have had to investigate incidents at the lab. So not only were these Chinese people arrested for walking out with viruses, but in 2009, a former researcher at the lab was convicted of trying to smuggle genetic material from the Ebola virus across the Manitoba-North Dakota border. The FBI is also investigating cases involving Chinese researchers in the United States.
That's so fucking weird.
So this particular facility in Canada seems to be the go-to bank that everyone goes to rob viruses.
We should tighten
Right.
up some security a little bit.
I don't think that's part of the agenda.
Maybe not.
2009, one guy was arrested for smuggling genetic material for the Ebola virus. When did we have the Ebola scare? You
Was it
remember the
around then?
resurgence of the Ebola virus?
I don't. But when was it?
Not long after that.
No, that's what I was assuming. It would be sometime around in about 2009. I believe it. I don't know. The more I think about this, the more I really do think it's a something. I got no faith in the Chinese government. No faith in the Chinese government. They wanted people out of the streets, and now they have a direct way to get people out of the street. I can't imagine. I don't know. I can't imagine how that happened. China hates the rest of the world for the most part, so I don't see them not wanting to pull some shit like this. Biological weapons are a thing, so it doesn't really surprise me, especially with a place like China. I say especially.
See, that's the thing about the Chinese. And in particular, these fucking Canucks and this laboratory in fucking Canada. A lot of scientists there have been investigated and accused of hiding affiliations with Chinese institutions.
Yeah. I looked at the chat a second ago, and Help the Killer said, "What's an end game though? For an agenda, it needs an end game." Well, they wanted people out of the street.
No.
Definitely that.
That's not the agenda. The agenda is world control. Human depopulation. What happens if this virus infects a large portion of the world? What's going to happen? Everyone's going to fucking panic, and they're going to turn to the government. They're going to turn to authority to help. People will beg to have their rights taken away.
That's kind of the thing people always say with the gun control thing, but I don't know. I think this kind of thing is far, far, far easier to manipulate than a shooting of some sort. It's way easier to get people to freak the fuck out over something that there is nothing they can do about. You know, you have an airborne disease that nobody understands. Way easier to get people to fucking sign some shit away over that.
I'm one of those people that think.
A Bible Ninja said, "Why would they take the one-child policy away if it's a depopulation game?" Well, I don't think it's necessarily a depopulation game. He may have, but I'd say this: they took away the one-child rule because their fucking population stagnated brutally and got to a point where China was doing nothing but aging. Like their population was just getting older. It wasn't growing in any way.
That wasn't the only effect of the one-child policy. They started to see a 4-to-1 representative of male to female in the population because femicide started to become epidemic. Because males are able to work, they're able to produce. Females, they have to be sold, they have to be given away with the dowry. So they were much more valuable in Chinese culture. This led to 4 males to every 1 female.
Yeah, China was broke, man. I don't mean broke money. I mean like broken. Like the place is just fucking broken. Too many systems implemented for the wrong reasons, doing the wrong things, making the wrong shit happen.
And also, when I say depopulation, you're thinking on just the scale of China. I'm talking about global depopulation. I'm talking about the shit they've been planning for the past 100 years to cull the world's population. I'm one of those people that believe that HIV was an engineered virus. And, you know, certain people, like one of the Rothschilds, commented on the HIV virus saying, yeah, it does a great job, but the problem is things too damn slow. What would be better would be something like Ebola.
I don't know.
Then we had the outbreaks of Ebola.
I don't know if I go with all the Rothschild stuff.
The thing about Ebola was it wasn't contagious enough because the transmission methods were different. Then we had SARS. Now we have the new coronavirus. If in 1 month we have 10,000 people infected with an R0 of 40, that means within the next month it could be 400,000. Within 3 months it could be 4 million. Within 6 months. This is how exponential growth works.
Yeah. I get that part. But I don't think it even needs any Rothschild or anything like that. The issue, a lot of it is that fucking China didn't give a fuck about people.
Well, they definitely didn't want this. That's the one thing I got from listening to this other guy talk about it, because this leads to unrest. This leads to people wanting to overthrow, the system of government that's in place.
What this leads to is justifying more stricter control over the population.
Yeah, but that
And
doesn't mean
a weaker population that is less able to resist an authoritarian regime. If you think about what I said before, about how 3 months ago there was a simulation run on a coronavirus outbreak. Look at who ran it. It was the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they are massive proponents of vaccines. They've even been known to put vaccines on the market that have been tainted with HIV. Richard Day, who was also involved in this thing, he talked about how in 1969 he talked about how it would be a good idea to put viruses in vaccines. So the simulated outbreak happens, and then 3 months later, it happens for real.
I'm not saying it's not impossible that it was, man-made. I'm not really sure one way or another. I just don't think it was China themselves that did it. Listening to people talk about this, uh, it goes against their culture. They don't want panic. They don't want people questioning the government, and this is making them question the government.
You guys are thinking too small. Why are you
No, I
only
think China did it.
Why are you only thinking of China?
It's not a matter of I'm only thinking of
Oh
China.
no,
I think it came from China. I have devoted about an hour and a half of my life thinking about this total.
This is bigger than China.
yeah, I see what you're
It's
saying.
already escaped China. And who knows over the next month how many people will become infected with this.
Given what it says, I'm looking at the chart. Something doesn't happen within the next 2 weeks. I have to go ahead and say that we're looking at a bit of a, I guess, epidemic almost. Would that be the word?
Yeah, a global
I think-
pandemic.
I think it's on outbreak level, but I don't know
Global
if.
It's about to become a global pandemic. This thing is going to be everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, Meg says it sells newspapers. You'll hear about it forever. I don't know. I think in about 3 months we won't hear about it anymore, unless things go completely sideways. But I think pretty crucial in the next 2 weeks. By the rate that this shit's going, probably want to get something done in the next 2 weeks.
If they don't get a chokehold on this in the next month, then you're going to see the infection numbers in China. You're going to be seeing that in other populations. Fuck you, Mike.
It makes sense though. The entire, I don't know, 2 weeks seems like a thing. Get something done within the next 2 weeks. Maybe have something you could bang out, explain to people within the month. Maybe have something getting done by the next month. Maybe be done by the month after that. I'm not talking about like developing all that kind of shit. I know there's still another thing that I've heard is that it's from the fucking, I don't remember who it was. It was somebody who I was not very trusting of. They said this is all just a gimmick to sell more vaccines, get more vaccines made for stuff, and get the Chinese population to go get injected with some things. Maybe calm their asses down, get them out of the streets. I could buy that. I could buy some of that. I don't know, man. I don't think there's an explanation for the origin of this shit yet. I think people are wanting one because nothing makes something scarier than not knowing a goddamn thing about it. If you don't know anything about a place, then you're less likely to go there. If you don't know anything about a food, you're less likely to try it. In the case of this kind of sickness, people don't know enough about it, so they're much more afraid of it. People have to get some kind of thing on it. Right now, they're figuring out, well, it has bits and pieces of this and this and this and this. Once they've kind of nailed it down, figured out what the fuck it is, then they can start fucking with it. Then they can start doing something. Preventative measure. Like everybody's talking about preventative measures now. I don't think they actually know what a preventative measure would be yet. Especially when they first started trying to tell people what it was. They didn't know what would prevent it. Like, put a piece of paper over your face. It's fine. It's like everybody walking around with their masks.
Yeah, those masks.
Put a napkin on your face. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I've
The
never.
reason why they're not going to work is because this thing is airborne. You can absorb it through your eyes. You can absorb it through the pores of your skin. The only thing a mask is going to do is it's going to stop you coming. If you are sick, it will stop you from spreading droplets when you cough. That's the only thing a mask is going to do. Other than being a placebo to make you feel like you have some sort of measure to stop you from panicking.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's one of the big things that I heard was that the masks aren't really going to do much.
That's a piece of fucking paper. They're fucking pulling guns out on you if you don't have a mask on. But it's like, what does it do? A piece of paper on my face. Fuck off. What is it? Anyway, I have a feeling we'll end up talking about that again next time we go because it's the fucking virus thing that we talk about almost every show now because it keeps changing.
So it's getting bad. Like the numbers of the increase of it, I've been looking the last couple days, and it was going up like around like somewhere between 1,500 to at the worst 2,000, and then it's doubled that the last couple days. So we're getting like 3,000 new cases a day. Hopefully, that trend won't continue or get worse.
I'll go with get worse because nobody understands this shit yet. It's going to get worse for a little bit, at least more, before it gets better. Nothing ever gets better off of lack of understanding. So.
Well, there's going to get to it's possible for things to reach a critical mass where it's not going to matter how much we understand it. It's going to be too late.
Yeah. And if there's a thing for it to get better, it's still going to get worse before it gets better. But right now, everybody's still trying to figure shit out. Or maybe they know more about it than the public does or whatever right now. Either way.
I think that China's fucked. I think that this thing is basically going to run right through China. I don't think they have a chance of containing this thing. That it's going to spread throughout the majority of the 1.5 billion Chinese. The question is, what's the rest of the world going to do?
Something. I have to do something.
Because if it takes hold in our countries, we'll pretty much get the same thing.
I say that 350 deaths doesn't seem so bad.
One of the things about this virus is it's not just targeting the sick. Or the elderly. This particular virus, it causes the body to release a cytokine storm. It overwhelms your immune system. So healthy people are more likely to die.
Okay. I would imagine that's I don't know. Did they just figure that out? I thought we knew that from fucking forever ago. That's what would make it a pain in the ass, is that it's not just going after old people.
Yeah, we've pretty much known that from the start about this particular virus. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I don't.
Like I said before, I mean, when we had a look at that that other thing that we had up here, the spread of the 2019 compared to the SARS virus. Yeah, okay, the SARS virus, it had a much higher mortality rate of 10%. So 1 in 10 people died. This thing, it's supposed to have much lower mortality rate of 2%. But based on how much more infectious it is, I mean, the SARS virus, it topped out at 8,000 infected. We've gone way past that in 1/100th of the time. So it has the ability to infect much more people, therefore cause more casualties. 2% of 1,000,000 people, that's a lot larger of a number than 10% of 10,000 people.
Yeah. It's doing more of a bang out thing than SARS. At the moment, anyway. I mean, it's past where SARS was, no matter what. It should obvious. I don't know. It seems obvious that there will end up being more deaths over it. But
You know, we still have we still can't treat SARS.
yeah.
The only reason SARS was stopped was through quarantine. They're trying they're trying a few different drugs to deal with the coronavirus. And they're trying a lot of them in conjunction with each other. But here's the thing. Like I said before, you remember I was telling you about how they found that one house where 6 people within the same house all had different RNA sequences of the virus. It is highly mutatable. RNA viruses are like that. And this one is a lot more likely for mutation. The more people it infects, the more chances it has to mutate. We're not even looking at its final form. There is every chance that this thing will continue to mutate the way that it has and become much more deadly. Some viruses are DNA based. They're a lot more stable. This one is RNA based. It's a lot simpler and a lot easier to change. Given the fact that it's airborne, given the fact that for every one person that gets infected, they're going to infect 4 other people, given the fact that it changes with each and every single person that infects to the point where like it's different within the same house. I imagine those mortality rates are going to get much higher. The problem isn't necessarily what the coronavirus is today. It's what it's going to be a month from now. I mean, today it's already pretty bad just because of how infectious it is. But a month from now, after it's had a month of infecting people and mutating,
You think it'll get to a point where it's untreatable before we can figure out a way to do something?
it's already untreatable.
It'll
It's
get to a point where there's nothing we can do about it before we even know how to do something about it. Is that what you said?
What am I saying, that this is going to wipe out the planet? No. I'm saying I think this has the potential to become a real global pandemic and cause enough infections and enough deaths in order to basically stop things from working. Imagine if 10% of the American population gets this thing. How do you think that's going to affect things in America? People are going to stop going for work. People are going to... Services are going to shut down. Stock markets are going to crash. And what the fuck are you laughing at, Ninja? Yes, it's untreatable. We don't have a cure for this thing. The best you can do is give people care and hope that they get better. It's not like... This isn't like a bacteria where we can just give somebody an antibiotic and it kills it. We don't have that. It doesn't exist. They're trying HIV antivirals in order to give people a better chance at recovering from it. We don't have a cure for the flu. The flu is untreatable.
The analogy Miggs gave is like dropping food coloring into water. So China's just that packed. Oh, he's in chat. He said he was going at you because antiviral is why you thought the common cold is untreatable. People tend to not be dying off the common cold, though.
People do die of the cold every year.
They tend to not. People tend to get over their colds.
Yeah, that's because of it's usually a lot less. The mortality rate is extremely fucking low. However, if I get the cold and I go to the doctor, what's he gonna do for me? Nothing. There's nothing he can do. He can't give me a shot to fucking cure the flu. It doesn't exist. What they do is they create vaccines. But by next year, it's already a different strain. So you're getting vaccinated against last year's strain of flu. I don't understand why this is so hard for him to understand. Antivirals, they're not a solution.
I mean, I don't know how you could really
We have 15... They're using 12 different drugs right now for HIV in order to combat this version of coronavirus. So they have 12 different medications for HIV. How come we still have HIV? Why aren't they just curing it with the antivirals, Ninja? They got 12 different drugs that are antivirals. Why do we still have HIV?
I mean, he's trying to say that everything with you is worst case scenario, but I mean, when you're looking at a virus that within 3 months has overtaken the death toll of a virus that was already an epidemic that uh, lasted I think it was a good like year and a half. How long was the SARS epidemic?
I don't know.
I know it overstretched a year. It
Well,
was like
based on
2003,
another chart,
2004.
it was about 100 days.
SARS only lasted 100 days.
Well, I saw a timeline that had it lasting a couple years, but maybe like the actual panic and the actual like numbers started to fall down after that, and they were just minor at that point. But we've already overtaken that number. There's no like there's no calm way to put that. There's no downplaying that. It is a real thing. I don't think this is like necessarily like a conspiracy or like a just Akujin panicking over this. I think this is a real thing that's going on. It's
Maybe
undeniably happening.
maybe untreatable was the wrong word for me to use. Maybe incurable would be a better word.
Maybe.
Sure, you can
some
treat it.
treatments don't do anything, so yeah, I guess anything can be a treatment.
Yeah, I mean, one of the treatments they're using at the moment, which they're administering to 75% of people that are admitted in hospital, is oxygen. That's a treatment, right? May improve your chances of beating the virus. It's not a cure.
I'll be honest. At the moment, I think I'd probably rather people be like Akujin than anything else on this kind of thing. I'd rather people be overly cautious in these situations than anything else. I will take overly cautious over, I don't know, anything flippant. It's weird. Something flashed the screen.
Yeah, we've had 2 Streamlabs.
Here's
One
the
of
last
them
one.
was Mark shitting on me, and one of them was another one just saying if you want to grab it.
Ah, shit, give me a minute.
But yeah, here's the thing. I'm not saying everyone needs to panic, like, oh shit, let's stop going to work, let's like get a loan at high interest, things like that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this thing is possibly very serious. It's a highly infectious disease, which is highly adaptable to mutation. And I think we need to start taking it a lot more seriously than what it has been. Especially in terms of the best defense that we have. And the best defense you have is not getting sick. The best way we have to not get sick, quarantine.
Carmen Thurman said, Ninja is right. Every year when the flu season happens, entire cities are shut down, I'm assuming. I said shut down, I don't think that's what's happening. Shut down, pets are being killed, borders closed, cruise ships and planes closed down, and the Chinese use $400 billion in the stock market. Just the flu, bro. I don't know. I don't think it's just the flu. Maybe some of the stuff that Akujin is saying could end up being exaggerated, but like I said before, and this kind of thing, I'm at the part where I'd rather people be way too cautious about this shit than anything else.
With the infection rates that we've seen, with an Arnold of 4, I wouldn't be accepting any flights into my country from China.
No.
And
Fuck no.
that's the fucked up thing is like we're kind of getting there. We're not accepting like flights from people that are, you know, citizens of China, but we have American citizens there that we're bringing back. So, and other countries are doing similar. I think India was just kind of letting people in, no questions asked. It's gonna be different everywhere, but a lot of it's gonna be how well we've quarantined. The doctors being at risk. These people that are in quarantine.
Crucial asks, why isn't it spreading in other countries as it is through the Chinese population? The reason why that is because this outbreak originated in China. That's why. It starts in one country, and then it starts to spread. It's already started to spread to a few different countries. South Africa, India, places like that. It's in 22 different countries at the moment, including Australia. We have 9 cases.
We also have to look at the fact that it's dormant for about a week, like 6 days. So we could have more cases. Just don't know about yet.
However many cases there are today, you're not going to find out until a week from now. And by a week from now, you'll have 4 times as many cases as that.
I'm gonna say, given its virulence, there should be dozens of cases in Japan by now. I don't know if Japan has any cases.
I'll look.
Okay.
20.
20?
20 in Japan, 19 in Thailand, 18 in Singapore.
See, the thing is, like, we already know what the best defense against this virus is, right? It's avoiding infection. It's quarantine. First world countries, we have an advantage in that respect. We have the ability to throw a lot more money and a lot more stricter quarantine at any infected people. Like the 9 people we have in Australia, we have the ability to lock them down real well and give them very good treatment. Same would be said of countries like Japan and America. But then there are those third world countries. And if it gets to a high enough volume in those countries, it just starts spilling out over borders. Imagine if 50% of China becomes infected over the next 3 months. You think they're not going to start, people aren't going to start leaving China, crossing borders into other countries to
They already
try
did.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to do that in Wuhan. They're trying. A lot of people are trying to escape Wuhan, and other villages have started quarantining them in, trying to quarantine them in with weapons.
Like I said, I'm not mad at them for doing it. I get it. I don't blame the other villages for saying fuck that. I can't be mad at them. Is it the most educated way to do it? Is it the most? It doesn't matter. When it comes down to mortality of those and the people in your fucking family and shit, you don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be educated and cordial when it comes to that. Fuck off. You want to see shit turn into a fucking a Fallout fucking scenario, like those fucking Wasteland video games and shit like that. You want shit to get like that real quick? Start fucking with everybody's family.
Yeah. Then it becomes dog eat dog.
It's not gonna work like that. That's how I look at it anyway. Is if it comes down to I can save a member of my family from getting sick, or I have to shoot your fucking kneecaps out.
You better kiss those kneecaps goodbye.
I hope you're not. I hope you're not too attached to them. I hope you're not very attached to your kneecaps. People are gonna make a fucking call.
I got news for you. You're never gonna dance again.
People will be making a fucking call. Maybe it's a. I don't know. It'll be.
Yeah, I'm sure the banquet had a lot to do with the spreading too. Why it spread so much in China, the Chinese New Year.
Probably didn't fucking hurt, man. But they were shipping people out, and they still fucking are, right? There's some more that are gonna arrive on Wednesday, right? Like they're just shipping people out of China. They get fucked.
Yeah.
There's a genuine lacking of handling your shit here. I don't know. I'm probably biased, so I don't know. But I'm just. It comes down to anybody who I care about getting fucking sick, or you staying where the fuck you are. Don't make me have to make that call for you. Hate this shit. It's I don't know. Anyway, it might be alright in like I think we'll have a clearer picture. Like you said, like within like 2 months, we'll have a clearer picture. Whether or not we're in a better situation of understanding what it is, or having a cure, vaccine, any of that shit for it, I don't know. But I think we'll be in a lot better spot to have something that we can, I don't know, at least explain to people. You know, this is what's going on. This is what you can do about it, kind of shit. Instead of, okay, let's just ship out the people.
According to Yarawano in the chat, Australia has 12 infected now and no dead. Last time I checked 2 days ago, we had 9 infected.
Well,
Day before that, we had 8. So our infection rate is still climbing. It's very slow at the moment.
I imagine the infection rate is going to continue to climb. I would not expect it to do anything but climb. If you're expecting anything other than for the infection rate to climb right now, that's foolish. We don't have anything to make it not climb. So, I mean, it's going to keep going up. It's a matter of preventative measures and keeping the rates that, you know, keep all of these rapidly growing rates, keep them where they're fucking at. minimize what's going on. I don't know. It seems easy. It seems like that should be gimme kind of shit, but it's not. Everything's very confusing to people. The idea that China is okay with still flying people out from there and shit like that to me is a bit malish.
Just a bit. Krenis would just posted today's official WHO statistics, and yeah, Japan has 20 cases, Korea has 15, Vietnam has 8, Singapore has 18, Australia has 12, Malaysia 8, Cambodia 1, America has 13, Germany has 10, China has 17,000.
China has 17,000, but again, look at the conditions in China. Look at what the death rate is. How many people have recovered?
536 so far,
Just China or grand total?
grand total.
Here's the problem. I don't think that this thing needs to kill people in order to severely disrupt people's way of life. If everyone's getting sick, people are going to fucking freak out. And people are going to start dog eat dog, I'm going to look after mine, and fucking robbing joints. And
Hold on. I saw that go by, and I can't get my Streamlabs to go up quick enough. Akujin, you watching the show?
I was watching it, but yeah, we're 3 Streamlabs behind at the moment.
No, I've read the other ones.
Oh.
That one didn't, but my shit won't load right. So just fucking scroll back on the fucking video. Get it from there. Oh god.
Karma
We gotta
through
do it
one said, "Don't ask me how I know this, but this particular virus attaches itself to a particular set of DNA strains, find specifically. I'm assuming that's found specifically in Asian people. Just saying, there's hope."
Is that real?
I mean, people have discussed that being a possibility.
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Is that what's going on?
I mean, whether that's more of a conspiracy or not, I don't know. But that's I've heard that people say that, and obviously, people that are in the medical field know that does happen. There are certain illnesses that strike different ethnicities in different ways, so it's possible.
That's even more scary than what
Yeah.
it was before, if that is the truth. Because you know what that means, right? That means that this thing was genetically engineered to target a specific race.
Okay, but even if something's
This is
all
flat
right,
out
by what?
eugenics.
Hold on. Things can end up in nature targeting specific races. That can happen.
Yeah, but we
that
know
can
that
happen. However, yeah, this doesn't seem like something that this doesn't seem like something found in nature from what I've read about it. I haven't devoted that much time to looking into this virus at all. Like I read some about it, listened some about it. That's it. But
all the top minds in virology are pretty much saying that this thing could not have evolved in the wild because of all of the new parts to it, and because of how those parts function. It's 50% a new virus. It is extremely likely that this walked out of a lab, either intentionally or accidentally. So if if what that guy just said is true, that means that this thing has been specifically engineered to target a certain racial demographic. And that's fucking scary. That's Hitler's dream right there.
That's fucking. I don't know. That's up there. If that is the case, and that is something that can be proven, and just that's the kind of shit that'll get your country bombed, which it doesn't help. But
I hate to
that's
sound
some more
sinister,
shit.
but we talked about how like China's kind of taken over economic control of the world. So yeah, that's the. I guess that's the tinfoil hat version of it, and I don't know that it's.
I don't know I don't know if there's anything to that, but that's fucked up, man.
I can't dispute it.
Look, the thing is, we know what labs this walked out of. Chinese biolabs. Located
Oh.
spitting distance from Wuhan.
So you think it's Chinese people targeting Chinese people?
No. I'm not. I mean, this thing that I just heard of, I have no idea how true that is. Or whether that's a conspiracy
I don't know
theory.
if there's anything to that. Somebody just said, what?
From some guy on the internet just
Yes,
said that to
someone's uncle that works at Nintendo just let us know that real quick. So I don't know. That's
everything
that'd be
else.
bad.
Everything else that I've said has either been directly come from leading virologists or scientists, or when I've speculated on things like, say, a possible agenda behind it. That's obviously my opinion. When I talk about how the odds that this thing is evolved naturally, that's scientific consensus at the moment.
That's scientific consensus.
Yes.
Alright. You got the benefit of I haven't looked, so I can't argue or add too much on that. I don't know. It's I want to say that I am skeptical, but at the same time would not doubt the genetically engineered to go with Asian people thing. I am skeptical. I want to doubt that. I have a bias. I want that to not be true. That's fucked up. But it would not surprise me if proven to be true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, when you go and tell me that, and I don't express surprise, it's just because I wanted it to be the other way. I really don't want that to be what it is. That's really fucked up. And low be unto anybody who gets caught making that kind of thing, because the rest of the world is going to want something to happen. Everybody's going to want it. Well, you got to do something to them. That's definitely going to call some people to arms. That's going to be a huge thing if found out. And I feel like we have the technology to find out. What the fuck just happened? Hold on. The person came back, said they're an unknown person, a bunch of stuff. Okay, we got to do the thing where we can actually see the things and like scroll. Somebody do whatever that is. To where we do that sometime soon. Also, did anybody catch that?
No, I missed that. I was looking at what Merc thinks about this and how it affects him.
Does Merc think about this? Fuck off.
All right. Karma
Good luck.
donated $1. It was created in China to target Hong Kong. I'm not working at Nintendo, nor am I a child living in my mom's basement. Just a person of unknown location with unknown credentials on the internet. Wink, wink.
Wink,
Wink,
Wink.
wink.
wink, wink. Alright.
Is that person coming on to me?
I think they like you, bud.
What are you winking at me for, man?
I think they like you, buddy.
Fucking ninja. Always wanting the proof, never providing any. I tell you what, I could give you my sources, Ninja. I'll put them in the Discord if you want, for the shit that I've said. All of the stuff that you've been saying, though, I expect you to provide sources as well. Deal?
Is it?
That's
You're gonna
what
go
I
back.
thought.
You're gonna have a source fight. Okay.
No, he hasn't got anything. He's sitting there just saying the train's an idiot. Whereas I've spent the past week looking at all of this shit. He's been sitting around for the past like snorting coke.
You two stay so fucking mad at each other.
I am mad at him.
You ain't mad at him. Okay. You ain't mad.
I am mad. He's just uninformed, and he likes to throw the the whole some sources say, and try to act like he knows different, but he doesn't.
I'm just saying. Dude, just
I'm well read up on this particular subject.
on this one. Okay. You didn't know about the possibly targeting Asians thing. That did surprise me too, by the way, because that seems like something you would have postulated early on in this. But I don't know. You guys just always seem mad at each other. I might just only see it when you're mad at each other. I'm just saying, it seemed that way to me. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys can did you go back and did you exchange essays? Did it, do the thing?
No, that ain't gonna happen.
Okay.
Apparently, he doesn't have to do anything except sit there and throw shit at me.
Well, here's what it is.
Skeptic responding.
The skeptic responding. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'll find a subject you guys can probably agree on. It's the thing we put in the title card, and then we talked about the coronavirus forever. But a bunch of things went down this past weekend. And a weird trickle-down effect of... one thing that I saw had, like, some fucking kid. Like, they got called a pedophile by people, and then when it's like, I'm fucking 12 or some shit, they fucking blocked him. That was weird. And there's just this weird trickle-down effect of kind of the group on fucking thumbnail. They had a weird time. Like, people were posting parts of it. It was going so weird and so bad. But nobody's probably gonna do a show on any of that. So, was anybody around when it happened? Because I had to ask the lead flying monkey more or less how this happened, and they posted through what kind of went down and how it played out, and it was fucking weird. Like, I think it starts with Tommy calling the kid a pedophile. I think.
No,
Don't put
that's
that on Tommy.
here's what
Go
I
ahead.
actually did watch. I did see a little bit of this.
Okay, so you saw
you
some
know-
of this. Explain.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know
Go
that-
with this.
You know that Lieutenant Cobra kid?
No. No. Why would I don't know this fucking kid.
All right, he's some guy that like Tommy was propping up. Or him and Nick were using him at some point to go at someone else. Anyway, the kid's 16, right?
Yeah.
And some chick on the internet said, "I'm 15 and we had sex." And
What?
yeah,
It's just,
and
I'm 15. We had sex.
yes.
Is this what this is what comment sections are devolving into now? Okay. This is good. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Keep
Lieutenant
going.
Cobra apparently started the Just Destiny allegations, which, shot from the point, they fucking loved that shit at the time.
Yeah.
And anyway, Lieutenant Cobra, he left some comment on Tommy's video. And Tommy turns around and calls him a pedophile.
Okay. That's
And starts going at this kid.
it's a bad move.
And he's 16?
This was a bad move.
He's a 16-year-old kid.
Why? Why did nobody did he before you throw out some shit like that? You need
This
to have a
40-year-old
fucking
man started rambling on Twitter about how this 16-year-old kid is a pedophile because some Twitter account said I'm a 15-year-old girl and he had sex with me.
This is what I was about. I looked over in the chat. There's Rico with the quote unquote news team. Where were they at? They
were
should have been.
responding.
They should have been paging him, sending emails, blowing up his Discord. The news team should have been fucking out in the field right then. Like, hold up,
Calling
hold up. Yeah, stop the car. Don't do this. Stop it. No more.
He's 16.
That's what should. Yeah, that's what the news team should have been doing. He has a news team. Nobody on the news team could be. Hey, that guy they're calling a pedophile. He's in fucking 9th grade.
Akujin, what was the news team doing?
Responding.
Do?
News team assemble. They were assembling.
Do they
Probably
have
talking about
ranks?
Nerd City or some shit.
Yeah, I think they were busy with
knows?
Nerd City or something.
Or Bunty King.
That.
I just
Bumpy King.
I just look over the chat. Rico's like all caps in quotes news, quote unquote Bunty King.
Your boy's out here calling some kid on a slide a pedophile, and you're over there talking about Bunty King.
Like he
Yikes.
still goes to the park for fun.
Yikes.
That's the age he's at.
I don't know. I gotta get.
We got
If
to
he's
be
going
hard
back
on
and forth with
pedophiles.
him-
We got to stop them before they're 18.
This fucking. We gotta nip the pedophiles in the bud. Fuck, man.
Holy shit. Fowl, were you watching any of this?
No, I missed all of it, honestly.
God damn.
You missed all of it. You're the guy. Look, I was gonna try to put a thing out there that was probably what
How
happened.
did you
Like,
miss
if you're
it?
going, that's
This
what.
is your jam, Fowl.
It is
Well,
kind of his jam. Being mad about Tommy is kind of what Fowl does.
After we didn't really do anything on the Nerd City thing, I kind of just said, fuck it, it's not even worth it. If I bring it to anyone's attention, nobody's going to say anything.
Well,
So-
when he starts going to sandboxes on playgrounds and screaming pedophile at the kid with the bucket, yeah, we're gonna mention it.
Kicked
I
his
didn't even know.
sandcastle and threw his little shovel.
He kicked his sandcastle over and called him a pedo. What the fuck?
I don't know how you missed this, pal. Like, this is your 9/11.
This was Fowl's WrestleMania. The Super Bowl happened this weekend, man.
And he slept in.
I'm just waiting for the plot twist. Like, how does this involve Bursky now?
Did
anything?
Broski talk about it?
Did
I
you
don't
have
know.
a take on it
Did
too?
Broski jump in this one? I just saw this and like my out for him is like if he's going back and forth with this guy, I'm gonna be like, look, fuck that. And then you go, you don't even ask their age. Fine, you're just going back and forth with somebody, and then you figure out they slept with a 15-year-old. Fine, you didn't check, whatever. If that's that's probably what happened. And then somebody showed me what this guy's Twitter profile picture is. No, wait, that's that's that guy. You're gonna be before you call anybody. Look at like. How old are you? Like, find out. I don't know. It was just he got in too deep. He got mad. He got in too deep. I don't know if he was. By the end of it, it was obvious he was. It wasn't like he was trying to go out there and paint him as a pedophile unknowingly. That's what happened. But it was an example of why the fuck did he get so mad so fast? And then try to fucking spam that. It was because that's how these fuckers have to generate this news shit.
Well, for anyone who doesn't know what this kid looks like.
This is fucked up. Like I
This
came up with that
is-
excuse and typed it out, and then somebody showed me this.
Show the sex offender. Look at that pedophile. Look at him with his rapey
This
pedophile
absolute
child
definitely
molester
an
eyes.
adult.
It's
This is
Yeah.
who we need to
Look
go
at him.
after.
He's dressed up for Super Bowl Sunday. It's so cute. His mom dressed him.
it's fucked up, man.
He's out hunting. What are you talking about? He's out hunting.
You look at that fucking guy, and it's like, you know what? I bet he's preying on underage girls, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Baby in the high
Tommy,
school
I
hallway.
think that's the only girls he knows, bud.
Nah, man. This is like.
I think anything else will get somebody else in trouble, bud.
Let's not talk about Zoom, but this guy.
Fuck
This
this
is
guy.
the guy.
Yeah.
This is our guy.
This totally, definitely not a child.
Hashtag lock him up.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen some 16-year-old guys that, yeah, maybe you want to card them because they look a lot
The Big
older
Show
than they
had
are.
that problem. The Big Show had
This
that
ain't
problem.
one of them.
He was.
This one looks 12.
Hold on. Anybody who knows the rest of the Big Show, he's a gargantuan, and bit of a large guy, and he had a girlfriend when he was 13, and they went to a skating rink, and he was fucking arrested. Oh, I'm just really huge, because he was like 6'7", 6'8", when he was 12, 13. And yeah, but that was a problem for the big man. He couldn't have any dates.
Mhm.
They would not believe that he was fucking the age he was because he was huge. Meanwhile, look, if this guy's 30, fuck me, man. I'm color me shocked. But I
Oh.
don't think he is. I don't think he is.
He's very, very much 16.
Very baby-faced.
Yeah.
Like a literal baby face.
A nice shot said he needs to go treehouse to treehouse and warn the neighbors. He's you got to put up the little posters.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're gonna ignore the fact that Nick worked with Zoom, and Tommy's gonna ignore that, and he needs to go after this one. This is
the guy.
one.
What
This
did
is
he
the guy.
do?
He's
Was it just
left-wing
that comment?
wacko.
He funded 9/11.
Oh,
No, I'm looking back at their past. I knew there was something, and I guess he must be left wing because that's enough. That's all it takes.
Let's see here.
Oh, by the way, do you want to know what Nick was doing while Tommy's out here calling this kid that?
What was he doing?
He's bitching about Nerd City because Nerd City has a problem with this chick making adult content aimed at kids. The irony. The absolute irony.
Oh yeah.
And it's weird.
This Lily Pons
Wait.
chick, right?
Hold on.
She
Ninja's saying that this started because that kid called Tommy's kid a Nazi. Is that what happened?
probably.
Let me.
I did say he left a comment on his video, and that's probably it.
Tommy called me a fucking Nazi.
Chief runs with Nazis.
Well, no, he changed it to that once somebody told him I'm not white.
There's that.
What? Is that offensive now? Now it's not funny now. It's not. We had a laugh about it. But now it's not funny if you call somebody a Nazi. Fuck you, you're a pedophile. What?
Apparently, Jess has got the hookup in her locker. She documented all this shit for us.
That's where I learned about it. That's where I learned about it.
I look in here and I see Tommy's fucking fat ass face. And I think goddamn Rico has to lose some weight.
I know Rico's fat.
Is that the first thing you think?
That's
Damn
the
it,
first thing I think.
Rico!
Yes.
I'm not fucking burying Tommy on this one. I see what happened here. I see where he got mad now. He called his kid. So he gets mad. And now he's going back and forth and he's not checking shit. And he ends up calling a kid a fucking pedo. It's goofy as shit. I don't know. He's fucking mad. You can't get mad at some random picture on the fucking internet.
I'm scrolling through this, and there's someone saying, "Did he ever show proof of you calling his toddler a Nazi, or did that not happen?" The kid responds with, "Oh, that never happened. LOL. I commented Nazi once on a video, and it apparently had his kid in it, so he just started grasping at straws."
Okay, this makes sense. Somebody's explaining something to me. The Lieutenant Cobra then goes back to the Just Destiny stuff. That was who Just Destiny was sent that lawsuit thing, the takedown notice to was Lieutenant Cobra. Well, when they were mad at Just Destiny,
16-year-old is suing people?
No, it was the other way around. Just Destiny sent Lieutenant Cobra a restraining order or a cease and desist from some lawyer's office. That was a year ago, and that's what happened. That started all the Just Destiny, Tommy C. Keem was looking for the docs, and that's how the Zoom thing even happened. Was from Just Destiny to try to take down Lieutenant Cobra's video. Yeah, I guess it goes all the way back to that.
So it was the original pedo hunt.
Yeah,
They got them all fucked up at the beginning of last year.
They were trying to say Just Destiny was one.
So a year later,
now the pedo hunter has become the pedo.
It wasn't Tommy C that was. It was Keemstar that was.
Oh,
and then they went from.
Well, I remember Nick was in there.
I remember they went from going after Just Destiny to kind of sticking up for him. Because of what Keem did to him and Zoom and like all that shit. Yeah, that was all that mess that happened.
Okay, hold on. There's this thing in here where it
Regardless
says
of
baited
what-
LOL. What the fuck does that picture say? It's too small for me to know what is in this picture. This is too tiny. What does this say?
You have to open it up in a tab.
Oh, fuck.
Light. Add everyone, this is important. As some of you know, recently someone created a fake screenshot seemingly making me out to be using my account for nudes and such. This person, Lieutenant Cobra, has come to me admitting it was faked. I took many screenshots and other ways to prove it was real. To prove it was real? Maybe he means wasn't. I'm debating on whether or not I should expose him on my gimmick account. I want your thoughts. Or prove it was
gimmick
real?
account.
Gimmick accounts out of character will have a field day, but hey ho, let's go. I don't.
Also, kind of needs
So confused.
gimmick account. I don't know.
What?
I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about. But apparently he baited this guy into trying to make a video about him. That seems to be what he wanted to do. Lieutenant Cobra was trying to bait the guy into making a video. Right?
But here's what happened. A 40-year-old man lost his shit at a 16-year-old kid on the internet and called him a pedophile.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
Winning.
I don't know if that was winning.
You're a fucking idiot, Tommy. What in the world would make you think that that was a good idea? Seriously. Crint wants us to play the bid. He wants us to play Blowbacks' fucking bid. I don't think we should, because I think he would probably...
Oh, yeah. Fuck no. He'll definitely do a thing. I've been waiting for that for a minute. So we don't get to use any. Like, someone one time sent, like, we'll play like 10, 20 seconds of a thing. But you can't fucking play this shit. They'll lose it. I looked in the chat and Kyra said that Just Destiny tried to take down Cobra's video in which he called Just Destiny a pedophile. Well, wouldn't he be right to do so if that... Oh, that was all proven false, right? Or was it? Was it? I don't fucking...
I don't know.
I wasn't there for that.
Here's what I do
Anybody
know.
there for that?
Vaguely. I don't remember a lot of it.
Okay. Was it true?
What I do know is that this Twitter account says I'm a 15-year-old girl and I slept with Lieutenant Cobra. So some 40-year-old man called him a pedophile. A 16-year-old kid. For allegedly sleeping with a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah. My thing is, he got mad over the Nazi thing, I guess, and he's just fucking going, and he's not checking anything. But if you're gonna throw that fucking, you might want to at least be like, hold on, how old is it? It's just in case, especially if they look like that. You might just, hey, how old are you? Yeah, they're sleeping with 15-year-olds. How old are you?
It's not like he didn't know how old this kid was. He's had dealings with this kid before. They've used him for content.
Oh, yeah,
They knew exactly how old this kid was.
last June was when the riff happened, because I guess I don't know the situation exactly, but I guess there was some claim that he made that somebody was a pedophile, and Tommy flipped out about it. The tweet's there.
I'm not right after that.
We're talking Lieutenant Cobra. He says, "Look at the wording. We claims we did not say for sure, and if it's not his docs, you just blew your credibility. You see, to be willing to do it. Also, this smells like a setup. Your vigilante run calling people pedo without consequence needs to end."
Kara in the chat just said unchecked allegations are enough for Lieutenant Cobra to call someone a pedo. Apparently Tommy too.
Well, all right, Cobra's 10, man. He's fucking... It was like when Augie was on the show, and I just kept having to tell myself, he's a dumb kid. I
He
can't.
just
This is
turned
a
18.
sixth-
He just turned
this-
18.
Yeah. I don't even know if he was 18 yet, because like
I
I
think
just
he was
let me know,
18.
kid.
I mean, I think it's like fair enough to tell both of them to calm the
Well,
fuck
yeah,
down.
they both need to calm down. But it's
but
one thing
one of
from a
them-
dopey kid. It's
one of
another
them is
thing
old
from a
enough to
grown
know
ass
better.
man.
Yeah, one of them is
Dad.
old enough that he should know better.
Yeah.
You have 4 times the life experience.
Well, like
You have
look,
kids older than this kid.
like all right, when I look at that guy, I'm like, look. Well, like with this, the dopey kid, I'm gonna shake my head at it. All right. Well, Tommy's like, the fuck? What are you doing? You actually, you ask him like, what's going on? What are you doing? Don't get what? Fuck that. Don't do this shit. But like, with the kid, you just shake your fucking head at it. It's a dumb fucking kid.
I mean, it's also the kid saying something stupid and going like, "Hey, you shouldn't do that," and then Tommy being the one that says you shouldn't do that, and then a year later saying the same thing to that kid. It's like, what the?
I just don't know how you look at that motherfucker and type out pedo and they're like, hold on. Let me.
How old are you?
Yeah.
You know?
How do you get to that without being like, let me see how old they are real quick, because they like.
That
Yeah,
was the
somebody in
whole.
the chat said he looks 12. Yeah, he looks fucking. He's stupid kid looking.
That was the whole point of the Just Destiny thing. They were pissed off Just Destiny did that to somebody that was a kid. And that was a year ago.
I know.
What?
You know how I think this happened? And
How?
you know why I think this happened?
Hmm.
I think this happened because Tommy's a Nazi. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Thou doth protest too much, Tommy. I think you're a Nazi. And that's why you're going to stoop to calling a 16-year-old kid a pedophile.
I mean, my experience with him and him, like, me tweeting him one thing to try to tell him I'm agreeing with him on something, and him taking that and throwing it around and saying, like, that I'm saying the exact opposite. I think he just doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Patrick
Nah.
Clay said copyright striking a kid is next level. Well, if the kid made a video and was putting out allegations that he's a pedophile, he had it taken down for, I don't think he'd do that with the copyright thing. I think he'd take it as a, look, fuckers lied about me and trying to tell people I'm a pedophile. He's within his right if you're out there fucking lying about him. Fuck him. Again, there's this weird thing on YouTube where people have been conditioned to believe that functions of the website are this sacred thing that should never be used. And I don't know, I've been sitting here for a while. I get flagged regularly. So we move, we just go to another channel. The channel never gets taken down. We never get banned from YouTube. We'll catch a strike, and it's like, look, just move before anything else happens. So we have to eat flags all the time. It's something that we've kind of just gotten the fuck over, because it is a function of the website. You're never gonna know who the fuck did it to you. It is what it is. The fact that they even know that it was that guy, that's special case scenario. And if he wasn't a pedophile, this kid was making a video calling him a pedophile, I don't fucking blame him. As far as that goes, he could eat shit. That's what I don't know. It's a very strange thing that people have convinced themselves of. It's like everybody, they always freak out and they want to talk about Monday and Matt and, oh, he did these. I was one of the people flagged by Monday and Matt. But I've also been flagged by people like Geek Thulu and Andy. Andy Worski flagged shit live. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody cared. So I don't know what to say when people all of a sudden get up in arms about a flag, or somebody all of a sudden gets up in arms about something that they were completely fucking silent about 5 minutes ago because it would have inconvenienced them to talk about people that might do something to them or say something back to them. Most of these people just want to lob their shit, lie about people, do more or less nothing but clout chase, receive zero pushback from it, and that be that.
Well, that's why the puppet master thing was such a ridiculous thing too. When they were saying that a couple weeks ago, and that's the one thing that the one guy did a video on that got wrong. Tommy isn't the puppet master. He just reads what people that are in his circle, the news team or whatever, give to him. And that's he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't watch any of this himself. He doesn't keep up with any of this shit. He doesn't fact check anything. Uh, I was one of those people that gave him information. He's admitted to that.
Yeah. Well, look at what happens when the news team doesn't write Tommy Nazis fucking shit for him. He's there going off on 16-year-olds, calling him a pedo.
You're terrible. You're terrible. You put that in chat, and then you just said it. You are proud of that. I can tell you are proud of that.
If I had the ability, I'd put it in the title.
You are proud of that. Yeah. The Nazi. And I see what you did there.
I would have went with Tommy can't see his ass from a hole in the ground.
You got a lot. Look, here's the thing with Tommy. Like, he threw out bullshit so that he didn't have to say anything about what Broski and Optic were pulling. He threw out some bullshit trying to be like, oh no, they're doing worse things over there. And I thought it was bullshit. I went to him. I said, what am I doing that's worse than them doxing people who donate to them? And he blocked me. So I don't know, man.
Don't expect him to actually check up on anything that's going on.
No.
To know anything about the situation, to try to find out about anything in the situation.
Shit is about convenience.
I had tried to make that show successful. I tried to help the kid, but all he wants to do is like half-ass it. He doesn't want to know what's going on, and he's fucked up so many things, gotten so many things wrong, and had to go back on it. That that's why he hasn't grown.
I don't know. I don't know, man. He threw out some bullshit about me. I don't know. It's more about like, I guess like he's trying to like be shitty about people in the server or worse than Broski. I don't know exactly what he was saying, but it was either way, it was dumb. And he blocked me for asking him, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm still not that mad about it because it just makes it easier to not worry about what ends up happening over there.
You're not getting the urge to suggest that he may or may not be attracted to children?
Yeah, I'll manage.
Are you sure?
I think I'll manage.
Because apparently that's kosher.
It's probably very kosher. Just say it and then block somebody. But like, I don't know. So the point is, I don't hate the dude, but he gets what he gets. And the way that he does this shit, he doesn't have anybody around him that is not going to turn tail and run as soon as it's convenient for him. And that's going to be something he's going to have to deal with down the line.
Nobody important. I think the Dr. Zhivago will stick around. That who gives a fuck? Nick sticks around because he's pushes Nick's shit.
Oh, the moment that Nick finds it convenient, that ain't gonna be a thing anymore.
Yeah.
The moment Nick can find some goofy fucking angle on Tommy, that ain't gonna be a deal anymore.
Pretty soon, he's gonna move on past Nerd City, and he's gonna leave Tommy behind, and Tommy will not see that coming.
He's so proud of that shit.
Quit trying to make fetch happen. It's never gonna happen.
I'm tired.
It's not fixing. I don't want to know what you're talking about. Probably don't want to know what you're talking about at all.
Yeah, I don't know what that fetch thing means.
Wait, nobody?
Did you steal that joke, by the way? Smiles accusing you of stealing.
I would never do such a thing.
You didn't steal. You sure? Because if I scroll up, I see where Smile says Tommy did not see that joke coming.
I may have used it as reference.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh.
Why you gotta be burying Smiles' joke then?
So
Jeez,
you
guys.
so you may have taken a few elements of Smile's joke.
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe.
Based on a true joke.
Yeah.
Okay. That's dirty. Just so you know. It's fucked up. Oh, hold on. Oh, Jesus. That Lieutenant Cobra guy, he's going in on Tommy and going in on Tommy. I don't know. Well, he's not going in on his kids, but he brought up his kids. Cobra fucking went in on him. It's definitely that. But once you call somebody a pedo,
Wouldn't
whether
you?
they're a toddler or not, I mean, it's at that point it's free game. They can call you whatever the fuck they want, right? It's
Yeah,
you kind of like we're past cordial.
there's nothing worse that you can call a person than a pedophile. That's right at the top. So anything beneath that, after you've been called a pedo, is fair game.
Okay. So apparently Diorio did get in on this. I thought he was in on the other thing, but no, apparently he was in on this one. This was
Obviously, he would have stuck to his principles, right, about not slandering people without evidence, about pedophilia. I'm surely he did that. He's a man of principle, right?
Man of principle.
Yeah. Right? Eh?
Still needs
Ooh.
help. Oh.
Did you see the sound clip Clint posted?
No, I didn't see the sound clip. I just saw what Red Feather posted that he had. Okay, so this is the interaction. Tommy C. You shocked? The kid attacked my 3-year-old on Halloween, and him crybaby friends hide behind. He's only 16. I'm glad he posted that. All he's good for is accusing people of being pedos. Total parental failure here. No better than I'm Alex. Because they always have to invoke the name of a previous person they've talked about so that they can liken it to that. Ooh, yeah. They don't. They always do that. Cobra responds, talk about parental failure. Where's your child support going, Tommy, since you want to insult my parents on this matter? It got warm. Got warm in here.
Oof. Somebody started a bushfire. I could smell it.
It got warm. And what is it? What is the sound thing you're talking about?
There's a
What is
video
it?
too. The Red Feather posted. They're both in the evidence locker.
Okay. All right. So Lieutenant Cobra has.
Wow.
Hold on. He posted up.
No,
What-
I'm listening to this sound clip.
Okay.
You
Well,
got-
hold
you're
the
gonna
fuck
wanna
up.
give it a
Nobody can fucking hear it.
I'm just
Okay.
saying you're gonna want to give it a listen.
That's what I was trying to say.
Then fucking say it. Send it to the person who plays things or fucking something. Say like, hey everybody, go look at this fucking thing. Oh wow. What? Nobody can fucking hear it, guys. Just fucking send it.
It's right there.
Do you want me to download it, Vamp, or do you want me to just... And by the way, leader's no waiting to call.
Wouldn't let Lieutenant Cobra enter any children. Anybody who talks about sexual children, anybody who talks about sexual deviance as much as he does, I would be careful if he walked by an elementary school. I am dead serious about that. I think it is absolutely fucking bizarre. I think it is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre that he talks about sexual perversion and this month and is that obsessed with it. I would not be shocked if we have a priest in a whorehouse situation. I'm going that far, so shut up. So shut up. Yeah, I'm calling Cobra nuts. You're actually right. So what's the difference? He's done it to everybody else. Why can't I do it to him?
Who?
Right?
Who is he talking about?
The
He was talking about Lieutenant
16-year-old?
Cobra.
He's talking about the kid.
Yeah.
He's saying he shouldn't be allowed in school.
Well, you shouldn't be allowed near an elementary school.
He just got out of elementary school. Man, that's a dopey take. All right. That's a real dopey take. All right, what was the other thing? Just play the sound part of it over the thing like you just did.
Okay.
We don't have to bring up the video. Just play the sound clip or what the fuck ever.
That was the sound clip from the.
Well, no,
The- I'm talking about of the video that he sent out. Just play the sound of it.
I did.
There's a sound.
Oh,
clip
that's the same
underneath it.
thing?
Clint had a sound clip right underneath it.
Okay. Is it? It's different though.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure.
Lieutenant Cobra, your whole fucking family are utter garbage and trash. I bet you're fucking white trash. I bet you're scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're not on fucking welfare. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on heroin. What are you, 16? So, maybe 18, 19. We'll see you on the fucking streets on heroin. You are a trash bag. You are the perfect reason why they should raise the age to 18. And I don't care what happens to you. A fucking Mack truck wouldn't change my position if it ran you fucking down. You're
Okay. He's mad.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of reasonable.
Tommy has this thing about calling people white trash. And dude.
You know why, right?
Well, I'm not, but he is. All right, and his wife works. He does a show. Drinks beer. Fill in whatever blanks you fucking want. I don't get this. Like, calling a fucking kid white trash? What is he doing? What is he even fucking doing?
I don't know. I don't know what.
Why
led up
is
to
he
that.
this mad? It can't be the Nazi thing.
It is. That's exactly what it is. See, this kid is not a member of the master race like Tommy. Therefore, he's white trash. That's why white trash is such a throw around term for Tommy.
I don't get it. I don't get that. I don't know the kid. Maybe he is just a trashy kid. I don't fucking know or really give a fuck. It's a kid. It's again, I keep going back to that. It's a kid. How the fuck do you care? And then just said that Tommy said that his parents are probably alcoholics. Project much. Jesus. Why is he saying the things he's saying? There's a million insults he can throw out, and these are not good ones.
No.
Man,
Was he always this weird?
I don't know. I didn't talk to him that much, especially about this kind of stuff. I
I
talked to him about
didn't-
bullshit.
I didn't think he was that weird before. And that this is like a thing within the last year. He stabbed a lot of people in the back. Shit like this, but I don't know. Was he always like this and I just didn't notice?
I don't fucking know. I was only around him for a little while. Didn't talk to him that much. Talked to him a good bit, but not that much. Ever really about any of this shit. I think I talked to him on his show about it like twice. Whenever we talk, we didn't talk about any of this shit. Isaiah's reaction is a bit much. It's a bit much, I think.
I mean, I know they must have had some kind of, relationship at some point. Like they, he worked with them on the whole Just Destiny thing, and I don't know. Must have at least been cordial at some point.
Is there such thing as cordial?
I don't know with him, really. I mean, he's kind of buried everybody, honestly. All of the shot from the point targets are people that used to be friends with him.
And that's kind of how they gather the news or something. Like, oh, well, this and this and this. I don't know, man. It's so fucking weird. I still can't get over it. You look at that guy. It's time to call him a pedophile. Don't check. Just like the picture, his fucking profile picture. The fuck?
I mean, you heard that rant, though. You heard that rant, too. It was in the same rant. He knows that kid's 16.
He does. At least he does now, but like it... I don't know, man.
Because that rant was saying when you turn 16, so he thought he was even younger than that, whenever that was.
That shit's just so fucking stupid to me. How you, like, the visual connection to things firing off in your fucking brain to you typing it out. So many things should have happened between those things. None of them. And then he went on air and lost his fucking mind. Don't let him near elementary schools. What? Tommy, riddle me this. How much did you talk about sex when you were 16? What are you fucking talking about? Well, it's so weird. It's a weird thing. Like, it's a kid. This is what happens when you target, that is the audience. And then they do dumb shit, and you're like, rah, 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 and it's, I'm a kid. And then there's like, no, this and this, and you shouldn't be able to go to elementary schools. No, calm down. But yeah,
I mean,
don't
I gotta
fucking
ask how much it has to do with political opinion. Just the one tweet saying, like, Tommy flip out because he's a left-wing wacko. Like, the second he says that about you, he'll say anything about you. That's where I see it.
You think this is a political issue?
Yeah, he kind of did that to. Well, have you actually heard the audio when he fucking buried me?
Oh yeah, you posted it.
Yeah.
I think that you think that because your issue with him.
Well, they did the same thing with Tobes. They're not
Well,
cool
yeah,
anymore.
but Tobes is fucking obnoxious, and just
Well, yeah.
I can't really be mad at somebody for not being good. I was fine. I'm fine with Tobes like talking to him, but the way that Tobes goes around and tries to, I don't know, pull the shit that he pulled, I'm good. He's annoying as shit with that.
Yeah,
Tobes
I
one
mean,
time while I'm talking to you, like I was talking to you like this, he said, "No, you need to calm down," because I was saying something about Optic, and he's friendly with Optic.
oh yeah,
So
we
he's
had
like,
an
"Oh, you need to
altercation
calm
on
down.
Twitter a while back.
You got it. Please calm down." Why? When someone's saying stuff you don't like, that doesn't mean they need to calm down, Tobes. You need to calm down. You need to calm the fuck down. People don't gotta think like Tobes. Like Tobes is the kind of person that it seems like Tommy may be evolving into, where you have to think like them, or they don't know what to do.
Yeah,
You don't want to be like that. And that's kind of Tobe's big flaw. And if Tommy's getting into that, then I don't know.
yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm not saying it like how dare anybody, criticize Topes. I'm just saying it's just kind of a pattern that started to form. Or he was saying shit about that, and he was saying shit about like everyone that hangs out with Kraut, and it was just everybody suddenly.
Yeah. It's a way to be advantageous. Kind of try to hedge your bets to where you'll be able to say
Like right,
both things at the end of whatever the topic ends up being.
like I remember I tuned into an episode right after I stopped hanging out there. It was when the that thing they're trying to pass in Europe that they did, I guess, the Article 13. He was he was going on about how that was like the left's fault. I'm just
What was
like
the last one?
Article 13, the copyright claim laws in Europe.
All right.
Uh, I mean, if the left's against businesses and against like corporations, that I don't know why they'd be pushing uh, copyrights. They're actually like, how do you be socialist and then like be for copyrights? It doesn't make sense. And it's so delusional to think that, but that's the way his mindset is. He flakes out. He doesn't actually like logically think things through.
Most people that have a very strong political ideology and can't see beyond it are like that. Fowl.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can get how people who are on the left are going to blame things on the right, and people on the right will be blaming things on the left. That is how a political discussion goes.
Yeah, of course it is. It's
It's
just one of
just
those things that's like that's not something you can really blame on the left. There's a lot of things you can criticize on the left, and don't get me wrong there. Copyrights though, that, that goes
well,
against everything. Like,
okay, and they'll say it goes against everything that they believe, and that's why it has to be the left. That's why you can't. I don't. I will never understand why people have political arguments that they are emotionally invested in.
what is
Some people.
socialism? What is the Bernie Sanders meme?
What?
With the whole Bernie Sanders thing. He wants everything to be free, and
Well, yeah, maybe.
it's
Sure.
ridiculous because they just want everyone to own everything, and it's so over the top. Okay, well then copyrights. What's that? That's the opposite of that.
Bernie Sanders doesn't want everything to be free.
I,
I don't know.
He wants being rich to be not free.
Do you think he supports
Very
copyright
expensive.
what does
claims?
that mean?
Do you think he supports copyright laws?
Oh man, I don't know, but that's what I'm talking about. Isn't that though? It's that's how a political discussion is going to go. Before you ever engage in it, you know that someone on the right is going to say that it's the left's fault. Someone on the left is going to say it's the right's fault. Cool. You know this before you sit down in the seat, before you hand in your ticket. You know this is what's up. That's why I say I don't understand how people get into those conversations and get so emotionally invested, and then 5 minutes later they can't stand each other. I don't know how people let themselves get to that point. I'm going to tell you, the politicians that you're talking about, they don't get to that point.
No.
They go and have dinner
Yeah,
with each other.
That's why I think the whole thing's silly to even stress out about what somebody's political beliefs are. But
Isn't that what happened with you and Tommy? You had a political argument?
no, actually, I mean, it had to do with politics, and he blamed it on that because he knows my views. But there were, well, yeah, I guess you could say it was political. That's fair. It was the New Zealand shooting, and
Okay.
he ended up going on this one arcade stream where they were talking about the left using this as a weapon and shit like that. I'm like, I went on Twitter and I'm like, just you're not any different, and told him like you're not any different doing that. You're using it as a weapon to shit on the left. Like neither of you guys should be doing that, basically. And he took that as like me sticking up for the left, which I wasn't agreeing. There was tweets that I had around that time, me complaining about the left doing that, and then trying to stick up for people like they went after PewDiePie, and I was sticking up for him and just different shit like that. But I, it wasn't just like a blank thing where like I was telling him, well, don't criticize the left. I was just saying like, by you sitting there criticizing the left, saying they're using this as a weapon, then you're using it as a weapon too. It's kind of the same thing,
Yeah, but how does any of this relate to Merck's ex?
I don't know. I did link his thoughts on the SARS virus, so or not SARS.
Are you serious? Mark
Coronavirus.
actually has thoughts on the coronavirus.
Yeah,
That's
I mainly
that's
did
good
that
stuff.
as a meme, but
No, that's good stuff. I'm glad we know how Merck feels about the coronavirus. How many times does he mention Aiden?
actually none.
Mm,
But it's implied.
He just said
but it's implied.
we're panicking, and that's the reason anxiety culture exists right now.
Yeah, just like you panic when like Aiden left him for somebody else. So it's tangentially, about
The news happens, and they're talking about something, and next thing you know, you're lying on the ground screaming and crying, and we're really pushing this anxiety culture.
Anyway, back to Tommy C losing his shit at a 16-year-old. Don't do that.
I didn't even think it was a thing me and him would fight over. I thought it was just a thing where I'm telling him like, "Hey, calm down. You're doing the same thing they were doing. Just take it down a notch." And I didn't really think it was gonna be like this big fight. And next thing I know, it's being called out on air.
Well, this shit looks like it was a big fight.
Yeah, I wasn't called a pedophile at least though, so I guess there's that.
No. He got one in.
Mm-hmm.
There's the whole thing with like Nick responded to some of this, and I don't know, it did not do so well. And he said, "I feel similar to Tommy, and care if you do, and don't care if you don't." And he moved on, had to go bitch about Nerd City some more. But one tweet that he had was, again, particularly brutal. Tommy C said, "I like the way you melt down. It's hilarious." He didn't even say it's. He just said, "I like the way you melt down. Hilarious." It's the way Trump types out. It's kind of the way that like Ralph does that and shit now. Well, that got about 30 something likes, and it's decent. I like the way you melt down. Hilarious. Okay. Well, this kid responds, "Didn't you have a meltdown because Keemstar said you piss in kids' mouths?" It's got 104 likes and 9 retweets. The metrics are frequently brought up by this group.
Well, metrics are a measure of importance, right?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna let you know that 30 something likes and no retweets versus 100 and something likes and 9 retweets. I think the 100 and something wins. Here's what's fucked up is that, like, that's a fucked up thing to say about somebody. And it is not true. Nick the Oreo said, that's Tommy's character. Yikes. He needs a better writer then. That's a bad character. It's also been ripped off by pretty much everybody else before he got there. It's fake. I think you're missing the important part of the story. No, we already talked about that. You're late. And no, that's not the important part of the story. The important part of the story is that somebody couldn't connect the visual of looking at somebody who looks like a Cobra kid. And things did not fire off correctly before they typed out that they're a pedophile. Then this person proceeds to call them white trash, say their parents are alcoholics, and I hope they're on heroin and they end up all this other dumb shit. Because Tommy's not in on something.
Would not care if you got hit by a truck tomorrow.
Then you have people like, I think it was, it was even your namesake who was running around and saying, hey, falsifying evidence, dude, that's not cool. Oh, falsifying evidence isn't cool. That guy, he's running around with a video that the guy who he got the fucking screenshot from has already said it wasn't true. But he was perfectly fine falsifying evidence to try to portray Vamp like a huge liar because it benefited him at the time.
That was different.
Yeah, that was different, right?
Because that was Vamp.
Yeah,
Right.
It's always different. As long as it's something that they're doing, it's totally different. It's not the same. Again, we're talking about a 16-year-old versus someone pushing 40, or pushing 50, excuse me, in their 40s pushing 50. Forgive me if I expect a bit more from the one pushing 50. You've almost been on the planet for a half a century. I expect you to act better than the, 16-year-old.
Oh, man, you know what things are like. I mean, you're pushing
I do.
40, your hormones are running wild, you're getting hair in places you never had before, you're starting to think about girls. You make rash decisions.
Rash decisions.
Right? Right?
No, hold on. This thing never answered. Well, I'm not interested in answering you. We were having a conversation. Would you not expect more out of the person pushing 50 than you would expect from the person who is about 16? I think that it's a much more interesting and pertinent question what we're talking about, don't you? Don't you expect more out of somebody who's been around for a half a century than you expect out of somebody who's not even 20 fucking years old? They're not even old enough to drink. They cannot legally go out and buy a Playboy. Would you not expect more?
Same expectations on a 43-year-old man as what they do as a 16-year-old child?
This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. This is the kind of shit that I don't know why it's even a. It's, oh well, the important part is this and this. No. The important part is not that a kid did something stupid. The important part is the fucking grown-ass man doing something really dumb. That's the point. I don't fucking cover kids' behavior. I'm not interested. Kids do dumb shit. They're kids. That's what happens.
I don't know. Even if you want to call him out for that, for saying something stupid a year ago. Fuck. I mean, if you're gonna do that, okay, Tommy called him out a year ago for saying that, and then Tommy went and did the same thing a year later to him.
Yeah, that's dumb. That's kind of the big thing. Like, I know I'm hearing how this happened, but he should not have got anywhere close to this mad about this.
Like, if you see a kid doing something stupid and you yell at them, and then a year later you do the same thing to them and they're still a kid, it's a bit weird. A bit fucking weird. I don't know what you're teaching them, but
Weird. I'm not going to fucking what he's teaching his kids or anything. I don't know, and I don't care. Not my kids, not my issue. I just think it's really fucking dumb to expect the same thing from a kid that you would expect from someone almost been on the planet for half a century. I think there should be a definite difference in what you expect out of those two people.
I got a big problem with the whole climate change dealio. And, you know,
Climate
I've
change?
heavily, yeah, and the whole Greta Thunberg thing, I've commented on that heavily, against it negatively. But I've always said that I don't blame Greta. I think Greta is a 16-year-old child who has been used by a bunch of adults for a political agenda. I don't think that she's a bad person. I don't think that she's responsible in any way, and I don't think people should be attacking her. I think this reflects badly on the climate change movement.
You talking
I
about that
think they're
weird kid?
taking advantage of the kid.
yeah.
You talking about the weird kid?
Yes,
That
I
did
see
the
her
weird
as.
thing?
16-year-old.
I have a
Yeah.
major problem with everything about it except her personally, because I see her as an innocent child that is being used by other people.
Used? How
Yes.
dare you? Okay, sorry, I just wanted to
Oh,
do
that
that.
was amazing.
He
Yeah, he
wanted
did a
to.
thing there. He did the thing.
No, I actually agree. I just wanted to do that.
Hold on. What is this? Okay, so is that early in everything? Is that before he knew that it was? I know that it says the kid attacked my 3-year-old on Halloween. I've got that part.
That
But was
whole
that made before?
he I think this was
That was
it?
January the 30th. That was posted on January the 30th, and apparently this kid somehow managed to attack this 3-year-old viciously. I don't know how. Must have snuck into his room with a baseball bat or something on Halloween and assaulted him.
I guess Tommy was streaming with his kids sometime, and Cobra said something in the chat that he didn't like. I don't know the details of it, but that's
Fuck,
what I
don't
know of the
cultivate an
situation.
audience of fucking dopey kids. You don't have to
Didn't
deal with what dopey kids say.
in this very particular rant, didn't Tommy just say something about people under the age of 18 not being allowed on YouTube?
I don't know. Did he say
Didn't
it? That would be dumb. He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't say
Yeah.
that.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
What?
He said that about Cobra. This is why people under the age of 18 should not be on YouTube.
Oh. He better just mean making content because that's a large portion of his fan base. It's not a wise call.
Well, I assume it was about content.
I remember all these people who would say that about Keemstars. Oh, his audience is kids. Oh, and it's like all of your audience is fucking dopey kids. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I don't
look,
think the fucking kids should be allowed on YouTube, but I don't think that's what my audience is for the most part. Fucking boomers don't give a fuck. Those are people who I'm talking to. I'm not appealing to kids. I don't give a fuck about Jake Paul. Not made one Onision stream. I don't give a fuck what the kids are into. I'm not. I don't get that. That's not a very good take. If your audience is predominantly 18 or under 18, probably not a
Yeah.
good call to say we need to ban everybody under 18.
Especially seeing as how your boy and your right-hand man is also a little fat kid.
I think he's over 18. I know he did promote like YouTubers that were under 18 before, begrudgingly. Like he said, he wasn't really sure that he felt like it was a good idea for people that age to be on YouTube, but at the same time, he did promote Turkey Tom despite that. And he actually made the point with Turkey Tom. So I'm not saying like these are two separate things. This is something he addressed at the time he was promoting him.
Dude, I don't want to do with any of these fucking people. I'm not interested in that dumb shit. Just young teenagers in the clout chasing community sounds like a pain in the ass. That's all that sounds like. That sounds like I don't know, just uninteresting, annoying. Sounds like it will get old faster than anything else ever got old. I guess that's, kind of the way you've got to appeal to that group, because that's kind of what's going on now. It's like a lot of like fucking dopey teenagers are like, I know YouTube. I watched it since I was 4. I don't know. Is
Talk
YouTube
about Augie now.
I'm talking about all of them?
I think that can be like you almost have to approach it with that kind of mindset of like not giving a shit about what anybody fucking does. Like one of the bigger targets was I Am Alex now, but for years I Am Alex was friends with Tommy and used to go at him or they used to go at Cabos together, and he stuck up for him with that, and now he's friends with Cabos and hates Alex. It just changes.
It's so weird, isn't it? It's almost like whoever they can get more out of, get to show up on their shows or talk to them or whatever more. That tends to be who people go with. Whereas if I see you as a scumfuck, I'm done. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to hang out with you.
Like the Just Destiny thing, if I remember, that was like a year ago, and they were complaining that Keem was working with Zoom and they were encouraging doxing, trying to smear somebody a pedophile. And then I Am Alex did something they didn't like, and Beta reunited. Tommy went back on that show. He might as well permanently go back on that show, because I don't even. He wants to act like he has principles, but he doesn't. Just go back to working for Keem. You don't have any principles at all. The only problem you have with Keem is that he shit on you. You're just like him, though.
That's your take.
Yeah, that's my take.
I don't know that much about Kane. I do know he's full of shit. I do know that. I remember when he was trying to go around and act like Daddy 05 didn't do anything wrong. When the court said he did something wrong, he's like, no. I have word from his ex that he didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, dude, get the fuck out. Fuck out of here. That's stupid. And I think that was on a stream where I was talking to Adam Alex too. Weird enough. So I don't know that Adam Alex kid really at all though. I talked to him once. Just every time Keemstar was around, he would say something so stupid. Like I once defended Repsion to fucking Keemstar because he was saying shit that was that stupid. Just dumb shit. So, would not fucking surprise me. Would not surprise me at all. Keemstar came out with makeup. Not shocked. Doesn't shock me. They're all trying to get on the makeup train because one, you can sell merch. Two, it's child friendly. And three, people watch those videos multiple times. You know, make sure they get the thing right. Easy to know why people get into that shit. Not really a big secret on that. It's kind of like how like people drag videos out past 10 minutes so that they can pack it full of ads. You know, the thing before 10 minutes, you have like a limit. But once you get past 10 minutes, you'll see people like Cog that will just spam 37 ad breaks. They're like a 20-minute video. Ridiculous shit.
Really, they should just have a merch store like me. By the way, everyone head to my merch store, buy Akujin cologne. Limited edition. It smells like my vagina.
Oh. I thought that was just going to be a plug for urine. Could have been wrong, who knows. But,
Now 100% coronavirus free.
someone said named Patrick Plays. They said that they had disavowed when Augie blocked a viable ninja for giving him evidence. That was... There are moments that you only really get to see a lot of if you're around here, where people will say, "No, you can't prove that," then you prove it, and then they block you. That happens frequently around here. It's a thing. Pete says that Patrick is a good kid. Earlier, Patrick told me in a comment section he wanted me to use another emoji other than a snake to describe Bo Blacks, but I think that's the perfect emoji. And I don't think that's sad, Patrick. I think that it's a damn good emoji. Oh, that was refreshing. I drank like half of that fucking drink. It's thirsty. But you have people like this. The best way to do it, go with what they are. A fucking snake. Apparently what Bo Blacks did, this is what was in that video. He invited that Muslim guy. Do you remember he made a video about that group like last week. He made another one over the weekend. And Bo Blacks invites him, "Hey, come talk to me in DMs." As soon as he does, he cuts out the part, "Hey, thanks for inviting me." He cuts that part out and just throws it up there. "Hey, look at this guy in my DMs trying to take it for Nerd City." Shut the fuck up.
You disingenuous fuck.
Fake motherfucker. Fake motherfucker. That's what it is. See, I don't know. There's something wrong with somebody like that. And I'm not talking about like everybody's, "Oh, you titty dude." No, not like that. That's just a snake. That's a snaky person who is trying to invite you to their DMs so that they can portray it like you're chasing into their DMs trying to get at them. That's disingenuous, snaky shit. That's the kind of shit that gets a pass over there because they have to pretend that somebody's doing something so that they have something to talk about. Nemo in chat pointed out, they either block you or threaten to dox you on air and then deny that they did it. Yeah, and they'll have people like Augie and people like fucking Nick backing them up. It's all about who you want to be friendly with and who you're willing to carry water for.
Mhm.
I'm not out here to carry water for a fucking person. I am not doing that shit.
Yeah. I watched that guy's first video, and when I did the thing where I scroll through the comments, and I see Tipster telling him, "You got it all wrong, man," and the dude's like, "Well, I'm open to hear where I'm wrong." Someone's like, "Oh shit, we gonna get a top 10?" He's like, "I'll settle for 1."
Tipster never gave him a 1.
No, he
Nope.
never got his top 1.
It was like that whole crew was in those comments and nobody disputed anything, but
Of course.
they're all in there to complain about it. That's what they do. It's the power in numbers, and that's what I tried to warn Nick about a year ago. And I said, you know, you're becoming like that, because that's the Ralph thing. That him and like other people, they go on different shows and they talk about something, and they have so many people saying it that you just start to believe it, even though it's bullshit. And Nick was seemingly doing that too, because if he had something, some drama he had, first he'd go and, RFC with it, and then he'd make a video, and then he'd go on Shot from the Point with it, and yeah, it's the same fucking thing. And I said, you're becoming like that. I noticed he tweeted the other day that, like, all the people that he hated, he's surprisingly cool with now. He isn't cool with you. That's weird. Yeah, you became like them. I said you were gonna become like them.
Yeah.
It happened. Big surprise that they're nice to you now, that you're a piece of shit like them, and you hate us, so
It is. There's nobody who I wasn't cool with a year ago who I'm now cool with. There's nobody who has done anything where I'm like, okay, it's cool. Now it's all good. That person doesn't exist. So
I brought the huge transgression up on screen.
huge transgression.
That led to him getting called all kinds of horrible, horrible shit. I might need to zoom in.
What? He. Hmm. It just says he didn't call anybody a Nazi. It's just the word Nazi.
Yes.
He didn't call his kid a Nazi.
I don't know the contents of the Halloween video, but I assume he's joking, because it's a
Okay.
Halloween video.
Okay, maybe it's a Halloween video. But he wrote the word Nazi.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. There's no, your kid is a Nazi.
This kid is a Nazi. Tommy is
It's
none of that.
not there. Yeah. At best, I guess you could say he's calling Tommy a Nazi. Maybe. I don't fuck it. He just said Nazi. He didn't call your kid a Nazi.
He just said a word.
This is hyperbolic shit right here. This is blowing shit up way too big to look for an excuse for why something was okay. Now that's lame. That's definitely lame that Tommy did that. This kid called my kid a Nazi. No, he didn't. That's not what happened. Did he do it in a video? Am I mistaken?
This.
It's in a comment?
This.
That's it? That's what made him mad. The word
Apparently,
Nazi.
Just the word Nazi is enough to throw him into a rage. Just a rage.
The word that he called me before he knew that I wasn't white.
Yes.
So, like, should I have flung into a rage at him?
Maybe?
You know what it should have done? Is that what should have went down?
Or it's.
Doesn't seem reasonable to me.
This seems like some random edgy kid. It's like, I'm gonna comment on this video so he knows I watched it. I clicked the thing.
I don't know, man. That's it's kind of like the thing where AP, you say, "Motherfucker, I paid your child support. Shut the fuck up." And he's like, "You're attacking my kids." No, shut the fuck up. Nobody's attacking the kids. But even then, like, at least it's something to do with kids. I guess the video, his kids in the video, I guess. Is that what's on?
Yeah, I'm watching it now. It's just him having his kid in the video, and his kid's dressed up as something. This is Happy
I don't know.
Halloween.
He
He
didn't
just says
attack his
Nazi.
kid, though. It doesn't seem like.
I think, yeah, because the comment's still there. I think it was just he was joking around.
Maybe?
It's a joke, and it's fine if you want to say, like, dude, don't call my kid a Nazi, or don't.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
fine. Okay.
Link to a Twitter thread got posted where someone had tagged that Cobra kid. It's like, what else could you have called it? The word Nazi, other than the German kid. He's like, didn't call anyone a Nazi, just randomly commented it. Not sure what you want from me.
I don't know what the fuck he let himself get
This
wrapped
isn't
into
like
this for.
Lieutenant Cobra put out a video on Tommy's kid exposing him as a Nazi. It's nothing like that. You would think it's that. You definitely would, but it's not.
Oh, by the way, the person he's commenting at, it's the Nick the Oreo in chat in here, the guy who tries to gather up intel.
Yeah.
I don't think he's like on the news team, but he's at least tangential to it.
He's buddies with like hangs out with like Augie and all them.
You.
Just you.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the person who he was responding to. He's just like, I didn't call anyone a Nazi. Just randomly comment. Not sure what you want from me. Well, I can tell you what he did want from you. He wanted to blow it up into what he did in the chat today, where he was trying to say you missed the part where he did this and this and this. Oh, well, why are you on that part now? Wasn't it this before about the calling people a Nazi? Is it not that now? Now it's something else because we have to figure out something to talk about other than dude just accused a kid of being a pedo. That's dumb. Why can't people just be like, that's dumb? Don't do that anymore.
It seems like that would be okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's it seems like it would be really easy to do. This seems dumb and easy.
I still stand by they're going through a rough drought, trying to find news stories, and
well, this is what they always have to deal with, is that less and less people are going to deal with them because they know that what they do is clout chasing, and they'll lie about people to get views. People know that now. So less people will deal with them.
I guess like the latest thing is we have to call 16-year-old kids pedophiles.
Cool.
It's a brave new world, Fowl.
I mean, didn't fucking like Boogie8928 do something on Twitter you could talk about? I bet Jeremy's still mad.
Who?
The quartering.
Oh.
He's always
you
mad.
You could have done a show about Jeremy being mad about something.
Or at least pretending to be mad about something.
Perpetually mad.
Gotta be some other shit for you to talk about. Come on, man.
Well, they could always actually, cover something. No, just kind of have to go with a bunch of shit that people don't. They could do that, but that's not really it's not the gimmick. It's all about everybody gather around. Everybody make sure to hold water for one another. There's a reason that when one of them does something wrong, they don't all rally to go up against that. But right now they're going to rally to bitch at a 16-year-old.
Bet you think about girls.
Broski. Optic guys, anybody in their group. No, we ain't saying shit. Even if they're tangential to the group, they ain't saying shit. But motherfucker, if a 16-year-old steps out of line, we're gonna talk about how they should be banned from elementary schools. Get the fuck out of here. It's so dumb. It's like the pearl clutching. Somebody typed the word Nazi.
Mhm.
Tommy called me a Nazi. It was fine. It was fucking fine. I don't know where the fuck this weird pearl clutching shit came from here.
Interesting.
Yep.
What's interesting?
Even more pearl clutching. A
About-
screenshot of 2 other comments on the same video.
Yeah? What?
One of them is, the German accent already makes him sound angry, and he's German. That's already a reason enough to be scared. It's like, why weren't these comments an issue?
Hold on. Give me this video.
The screenshot of those were posted in evidence.
Hold on,
If
I'll
he
get the
did,
video.
I don't need to play the whole video, but if he did this fucking video where he has like a crazy German accent doing all this fucking fuck off.
The kid does.
What?
The kid has a German accent.
I'd have to see
It's
the video. I don't know.
Halloween. He was dressed up like a monster. It was
Aw.
like,
I can't gauge how dumb this is. This seems dumb, but I can't gauge how dumb this is. Give me like 3 seconds. All right? Keep talking about
Mhm.
it. Give me like 3 seconds. I'll gauge how dumb this is. I'll be right back.
Okay. Alright, well, he's gauging the dumbness. Yeah, but Fowl, doesn't it strike you a little odd that Cobra's comment is big problem? These other 2 comments, not a problem.
no, it depends on how famous you are and what he can do with it.
Oh.
Everything's always that, though. And that's why he hasn't really addressed his problem over here, because, like, was he going to stick up for Bursky? Bursky has like 1,000 subs. I mean, I think he's only done one show to help him out, and I did all the research for it. Awkwardly enough.
Oh. So, I guess they did have an argument over politics.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
The video is nothing. It's like him sitting there. It's like him and his kid. I wish everybody a happy Halloween.
That's
Yeah.
The guy wrote Nazi in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking. This is nothing. This is so much nothing for him to be this fucked up. I don't there's no way that it's just this. There's some other interaction in his Discord or somewhere where these 2 got pissed off at each other about something. This is fucking nothing.
So, Fowl had it right in his theory that it was politics related.
Well, like I
Where
said,
does the politics come in?
on Twitter, they were arguing a little bit.
On October
so, I mean, there was
9th.
that.
October.
There's
That's
They were-
months ago.
And they were arguing in July.
About.
Fuck do I even know? That was the Cobra supposedly had somebody's docs or did some shit like that.
Oh Jesus!
I don't
That was-
know
that was
about
where-
that. I'm looking
They
at
care about
this.
doxing officer. When did that happen?
No, that was the one I tried to read Tommy's tweet, but it was like so fucking misworded and
Oh, the one that looks
Yeah.
like a drunk kid wrote it out?
yeah, the one where he's
Okay.
complaining about Cobra calling somebody a pedophile.
I swear to God.
Your vigilante run calling people pedo without consequence needs to end.
Right.
Oh.
I'm looking at the thing from October 9th, and they're talking about the Daily Mail. Kids like, don't never reference the Daily Mail again. Tommy's like, well, so far they have it right. Cobra says they're Nazi paper in the UK. And Tommy says, thank you for...
They're a Nazi paper in the UK.
And then Tommy
Oh,
responds
my
to
God.
this child with, thank you for confirmation, confirmation being the spawn of left-leaning wackos. It must be easy to sort the world out when everyone is a pedo or a Nazi, eh?
Motherfucker!
I'm telling
He
you,
called me a Nazi!
yes.
He didn't even, before he even knew who I was, didn't know nothing.
No, that
Called
was
me a Nazi, and it was fucking fine.
No,
He freaks the fuck out over this word now. What changed?
the thing on Twitter. The thing on Twitter that I tweeted or that I posted to him, that I DM'd to him, was a tweet with Hitler's dog and saying like, Hitler loved dogs. That doesn't mean that everybody that loves dogs is a Nazi. He went on his show and said I was calling him Hitler. I was calling him everyone a Nazi. Fuck me. And he was done with me.
It's like their brains just, like, they just...
How many people has Tommy called a Nazi?
I know me.
I'm crying.
He's called
That
Ralph
was just what I was like, what?
CRP that. He's called, like, some
Well,
random
fuck,
other
okay,
people
at least Ralph does racist shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CRP will talk about all that white race shit. Like, at least they do that. The extent I like white women. Nazi confirmed. Like, that's what?
Okay.
I think he called Keem a Nazi for hanging out with Ralph.
Keem's a Nazi?
Keem's
Yeah,
Nazi
that was-
now.
I'll go with it. It's fine.
I will for that horrendous eyeshadow palette.
Yeah.
That's so stupid to me.
Yeah, because then Keem went back at him with this big rant that, like, he can't hang out, he can't associate with Tom Mickey's. He associates with you, who associated with Ralph, who associated with Forsky, and it was like this fucking goofy post. It's still up there. It's
Well-
Keemstar. It's ridiculous.
Here's the thing, man. I disassociated. When they did too much dumb shit, I was like, bye. The rest of them have been trying to clutch at this weird white nationalist audience. And this weird, like, they're all clutching for what's left of the skeptic audience, the white nationalists, anything. Pulling at the strings of video games now. Whatever they can fucking get a hold of. Because they don't have anything to say, but they're willing to fucking bitch about stuff somebody will donate.
Well, it's hard too because that same audience like got kind of taken over, and now it's the religious, like, extremist audience. You can't really go from being like a Nazi to, all right, we're gonna push religion. I don't think they know how to turn that corner. So hard trend to hop onto. I guess.
Well, where do you go
easier to
past
gain.
that? Where do you go past that?
I guess gamers rise
Once
up.
you-
I don't
Once
fucking know.
you've done that, what other audience is like, yeah, go ahead, come on in? No. No. People, they sense that shit. They can tell you grifting. Right?
Yeah, that thing had a shelf
You can
life.
tell when it happens, right?
That thing had a shelf life, and it's over. There's still some people that want it to be a thing, but I mean, look at all the people that are part of the quote unquote alt right that were figureheads. They're all pretty much jokes right now. There is no real alt right.
No. It's very,
They're-
very, very short-sighted.
They lived a shorter lifespan than the Tea Party.
Yeah. They bitched about fucking Sargon's 20-year plan. If you don't remember, these people had like a 140-year plan. So, like, it was a lot. Well, you got in the same arguments. They would bitch. Sargon said he had a 20-year plan. And it's like, what, that motherfucker just said he had a 200-year plan. He will not. He doesn't even have to live through most of the plan. It's so stupid.
I mean, they outlasted the Occupy movement, and none of them was named Ketchup. So
The Occupy movement.
yeah,
I
when
don't-
everyone was on the street protesting in like 08.
Yeah, that was
07.
foolish. That shit. That was not a good go. The Occupy movement was really annoying. I don't think anybody liked them.
I like the idea of what this stood for, but when they started like, yeah, the ketchup thing and you need to stick to talk and all this weird shit, it's not.
Well, man, you might like the idea of having a Pegasus in the living room that you can just fly out through town. But then when you think about the reality of a Pegasus in your living room and you realize how much horse shit you're going to have to clean up, do you really want the Pegasus in your living room? Some things sound a fuck ton nicer than the reality actually is. And for some reason, it was a very enticing thing for some people to say, yeah, maybe we could have an entire country of nothing but our race of people and everybody else will just leave. Because they know it'll all be peaceful. They know that's not real. That's a fantasy. Much like the Pegasus in the living room. It's a fantasy. Oh yeah, it sounds nice. Oh, we'll make it sound nice. The reality of that shit, ugly as fuck.
I like hi guys, how you doing? I wanted to add something to talk. I like it how a lot
we
of these
switched
people
out our Aussie.
we switched out our Aussie. That's it. Originally I wanted to come in and like lay into Akujin about the coronavirus. I wanted to be like wanted to have a little I don't know. I don't know how you put
I don't
it.
know. I think him and Fowl are more or less of the same mind on it.
I
But,
don't know that it's manufactured. I don't know. That seems a little bit too crazy.
I think it
don't
is.
think China did it.
I don't know it is. I
Just
think it
before we-
is.
I've heard
I
that.
think
I
it
have
is.
heard people say that the U.S. did, and that's
No, it came from like so what all the medical experts think is it came from an exotic animal, like I think it was either a bat or a snake. And what they did is that the idea is that they've got these giant
You've
wet
been watching
markets
Contagion?
of like. Can't say. I think I watched like the first like 2 seasons like a couple years ago.
No, it's a movie. All right, it's a movie called Contagion. I shit you not. Some lady goes to fucking China, and a bat makes everybody sick. And there's a big outbreak. Got Jude Law in it.
Well, shit. They knew the future, huh? Maybe this was the US planned after
You know
all.
what? Yeah,
Holy-
give that movie a day in court. They made me watch it the other night, and I'm like, well, I don't want this. It's like it's either this or 28 days later, but I still don't want this.
that was one of the things the bad soup. Although the weird thing about it is that market. I've seen outtakes from that. There's all kinds of fucking animals in there. I don't know. You could really just say it was this one. Maybe
If you look at those markets, you know you're gonna get sick. It's just
I
a
mean-
matter of what kind of sick.
I did want to put it in there so like to describe it for people. It's like they've got like live animals next to like animals that have been like cut up and hanging from like meat hooks, all in just one big unhygienic, just like crammed market where everything gets mixed and no one really sort of like follows proper hygiene standards. I would say like that. There's not really a whole lot
Hygiene's
of
a
washing.
good thing.
Hygiene is a good thing. It helps wash your hands after you go to the bathroom, not to spread infected meat bacteria to your salad, all that sort of thing. But when you don't, you get the coronavirus or the novel coronavirus, whatever they want to call this new round of thing. It's like this new virus is both worse and not as bad as everyone's thinking. For the third world, it's the plague. If it gets to Africa, Africa is done. For over here, like it's not too bad. The biggest problem is that it's like really, really, really infectious, and that you require like a large amount of I think it's like 20% of cases require some form of like hospital support to like help them like get through the roughest times of it. But there's still only like a 3% mortality rate. And the problem is in China is that you've got massive hospitals and they are just crammed full Like you've got social media where you've got like doctors who have been working like 18 hours a day, just literally crying because they don't have like the correct, the face masks and shit that will block people from like spreading the virus to them. And they're treating this stuff 24 days, and they don't have enough kits to like properly test everyone as well. Like there's all these shortages going down, and like the Chinese Communist Party has basically said, well, we can just contain it to this province, and it's not I don't think that's going to work. But I mean, like if it was to spread to the West, I don't think like a lot of like the West it's not as like packed with China. I mean, a big part of the spread was this came on the what is it, the lunar year in China, with the new festivals where you've got these like massive gatherings where people are like shoulder to shoulder.
There was a really, really big one that happened right as this
went
down.
And you've got this like virus which like spreads. You've got this virus which spreads, and you sort of put it in like an area which like in a compact area like that, and of course like you're gonna have like a massive outbreak like this. So I mean, like what I said when I said at the start is like it's worse than people think and not as bad as people think. I don't think this is gonna be like a big thing in the West. I mean, it'll come, people will get sick, a few people will die, but I don't think it will like change anything fundamentally for the West. If you've got areas which, however, don't have like the proper treatment facilities, large areas which practice, large areas where people have like poor healthcare, bad hygiene, and people are crammed together, and then this thing's gonna like run through those areas like the damn plague. And so that's why sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, Tonka, you're a big fan of corn dogs.
No, I'm actually not a big fan of corn dogs.
I'm a big fan of
corn
corn dogs.
If you're gonna have a fair, then you gotta have corn dogs there. I mean, it's a staple.
That was one of the things that I noticed when I was looking at the market, the film from it. They had something that was like a corn dog, except take the corn dog off of it, and it's just a stick, and replace the corn dog with a rat.
Ew.
Wow.
I'm not hungry anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, China. What are you eating? Seriously.
Everything.
There's like snakes.
You can eat rat meat.
I don't want
Nothing wrong with it.
There was a snake that was just chopped up and like just laying on the table, like not refrigerated or anything, just kind of just laying out there. And there's some cats and dogs, bats.
Yeah.
We gotta get them a fucking food pyramid or some shit. Rat is not on the food pyramid.
Send cereal.
I tell you what, right? Apparently there's apparently in China, right? There is this thing, right, where have you ever had like a ground down tiger testicles? The really exotic ones, the tigers which are like extinct. Those things, man. Sorry, go on. No.
You just threw tiger testicles into a sentence.
Tiger testicles, man. You grind them to a dust, you snort it. Man, that will give you the vitality. You'll live to 200 years, my dude.
What the fuck?
This is like the type of thing.
Dude, I just want you to know, this show's been going for a couple of years now. That is probably the weirdest motherfucking question anyone has ever asked me.
Well, this is the kind of thing that goes on in like these wet markets. People pay for like exotic goods, right? And they and so like like grinded down like rhino horns and stuff. And they have these like
I've heard of that shit. But
it's crazy.
Do you just go around asking people, have you tried?
Man, you gotta sell it to them, you gotta be a little bit entertaining, you know what I mean?
Oh god.
Good evening, sir. Is your life missing? No, man. Wow.
He's like one of those infomercials. You just keep watching because you think it's a joke.
It was like he said it. I was like, wait, what? What does that mean? Have you ever snorted ground up tiger testicles?
You really got to grill it and dry it out, my man.
I didn't know that snorting that was a thing. I thought they would give you some weird pill, but now that I think if it's a pill, then somebody's gonna find a way to snort it, I guess.
Yep.
So I guess that.
I heard we were talking about snorting ground up tiger testicles, and I just wanted to be here for that.
Wow.
He wanted to make sure he was in the scene.
My dude. How about bat wings, my dog? Like that, if you eat a ground up bat wing, you'll be able to fly, dog. Literally.
Is that the shit? Is that how they sell it to people?
I have no idea how they sell it to people, but I just
you want to fly.
Snort this.
Would you
It'll
like
feel
to
like
fly?
You're flying. As we airlift.
Is that how they do it?
I think so. Oh.
Because I mean, look, if I go buy a package at the store and it says, "Would you like to fly?" I'm gonna read the rest of this package. I'm not saying that I'm gonna buy it, but I'm gonna read it.
Listen, I'm sorry, Tonka. If there's a package at the store that says do you want to fly? I'm gonna be like, hell yeah, I do, son. Here, just take my money, boy.
Just expect
I'm gonna
him to
read the
find that package. Do whatever's in the package, and he's just gonna be sitting in a chair, zoned out, going, "Man, I'm flying."
That's the thing. It probably makes you black out, and then like you wake up face down. It's like, oh, I must have crashed. It's fine.
I hope I had fun.
Yeah, coming down was crazy. Not a big deal. So now that we know that snorting up tiger testicles is a thing, I think that a lot of people's worldview has probably changed.
Right.
I mean, there's drugs and then there's tiger nuts. So
then there's herbal remedies that'll make you live forever.
Oh fuck!
It'll give you.
How can you be out there doing that pussy ass heroin and shit? Fuck. I mean, get hopped up on tiger balls.
It actually sounds badass when you say it like that. Oh no!
It's fucking brutal.
That's very movie star shit right there.
That's something. Somebody also threw in a minute ago. They Molyneuxed up, said emergency alert after new research emerged from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It's been confirmed that the new strain of coronavirus, 2019-nCoV, has been identified as being Tommy C. Oh, this guy. You're just not watching Tommy C. I have not called for anybody to quit. Watch whoever the fuck you like, but you've got to understand who is legitimately just grifting. You got to be able to spot that shit.
You got to be able to understand who's completely just out of their fucking mind.
I will say this. I did want to add this to the whole Tommy C conversation. That the history, if you go way, way, way back, the start of the whole Lieutenant Cobra Tommy C drama, it was something about Lieutenant Cobra used to call people nonces or something like that, and he called Tommy C or someone like that a nonce, and Tommy C just lost his mind. That was the start of all this shit, and I don't think Tommy C's ever liked the kid ever since then.
So it wasn't beginning with the weird Nazi comment. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, Lee. And again, I do not like or dislike Tommy. I got problems with Tommy, but he's just some fucking doofus. I don't believe that this was he's in the tweet thing. It said he called my kid a Nazi. What do you expect? I don't believe he got that mad about that. I just don't. I'm not saying again. This isn't to dog out Tommy, but it's just the truth. He throws that word around.
No,
he called me a fucking Nazi. He uses that word. It's a fucking thing, and me and him laughed it the fuck off. It was not a big fucking thing. It was funny. Who cares?
No, I agree with that, and I definitely think this is an overreaction to whatever the hell it is. You're right.
I
mean,
don't
that's-
think it's this. Like he said, he called my kid a nut. I don't buy that.
All right, that's a
something
fair thing I'm
else.
gonna say about Tommy. He overreacts about shit, and then he doesn't go back and go like, "Did I overreact about that?" The thought doesn't cross his mind. He just moves on to the next thing.
Bad case of ADD. What you? That's what
Like
you
maybe if he
diagnosing or
sat there
some
and
shit.
looked at, like maybe if he sat there and looked at it and said like, should I really like went that far? Should I really like took it to that level? He said, no, maybe I was a little bit too harsh. He just doesn't have that at the end. That's what's missing in his life is the self-reflection. He
Maybe.
cannot self-reflect.
I'd be right. No, it's something. It's definitely not that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that shit caught him on the wrong day, the wrong moment, and that is what's wrong. I don't buy it.
I will say this though, like Lieutenant Cobra, like ever from the start, since he like started calling people like nuances in his chat, like Tommy Sig is like, I know the kid triggers Tommy, and I use I use triggered in that sense, but I actually think it's probably quite accurate here. Like I do think he does, but I don't know, man. It's like this latest thing does say like a bit of an overreaction. Maybe he's doing it to like, to try and entertain people. I don't know, but like, I don't know, man. Tell the kid that you can't go near. Like Tommy's definitely aware of Lieutenant Cobra's age. I would be floored if he didn't know how old Lieutenant is, and to say that
if you're going back and forth with him on Twitter and you see that picture, even if you don't know his age, first thing that's gonna come up is, hold on, now how old is that cat? Like, I mean, you just look at him. I'm not trying to be shitty. I'm just saying, just fucking look at him. How old could he possibly be, leader?
I think you're right. I think he's between 16 and 18. He may be like one of those kids who are like a little bit older than that, but I'm pretty sure like he's not that. He's definitely below 20s. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's like all I gotta say is like it just seems like a fucking overreaction to me. It's like
hold on. Krent said he 100% knows because of the Just Destiny thing.
Yeah. He said so on the videos.
Oh, so they were using him as, him being a kid as a cudgel for a while, so they should know he's a kid.
Well, yeah, in one of the videos he said, when you turn 16, when you turn 18, I don't know, you're going to be a heroin addict.
Dude.
Dude.
I've been throwing up excuses for Tommy this whole fucking time. It's just,
hey, 16-year-old kid, I hope you get hit by a truck. Well, he didn't say I hoped he did. He just said it wouldn't bother him if it did. So I'll be fair. I'll be fair to Tommy.
well, Tommy doesn't fucking put himself out there as being big brain to begin with. All right. He essentially goes with the, like, he even puts in his bio, drunk Uncle E. Like, he's not putting himself out to be super serious. So he does have that cover on this kind of thing. But you can't do that kind of shit. And then it's not okay. I don't know what else to tell you. It's not going to be okay. Can't do that shit. But I don't know. Maybe it'll be perfectly fine. He'll have enough people to kind of cushion this one. I don't know. I just find it weird as fuck. It's like, you're a pedo. No, don't do that. Why'd you do that? It was fucking dumb.
I mean, I was somebody that I didn't agree with something he was doing, and I called him out on it. It wasn't. I put a meme in that post on Twitter. It was like a meme, and there was like a picture of one of the things that looked like Tobes in his head, like laser beams coming out of his eyes, blowing up the earth. It was a joke, and Yeah, he canceled me over that. So
Who? What?
Tommy, when I had a falling out with him, saying like it was
You posted
like,
a meme about Tobes,
yeah,
and he
yeah.
hated you for that.
Yeah, that was the big argument I had with him on Twitter that led to this.
I thought it was a political thing.
It was, but it was me making fun of him being crazy and like blaming everything on the left. So it was like a joke. But I was like, I did it in a memey way. Like, it wasn't really like yelling at him or anything. It was, calm down, basically, is all I was saying. And he doesn't like people telling him things, correcting him or
He
anything.
doesn't like people telling him things.
Yeah, so I imagine like the people that would tell him like, don't be calling somebody that's 16-year-old a pedophile. That probably wouldn't be in a circle.
No, they probably wouldn't. Hold on a second.
Yo, Lieutenant Cobra's in chat.
Okay. That's that guy.
Yeah, that's that guy.
That's that guy. Do we want to just talk to that guy? I mean, he's all right. He's a kid, so it's got to break and rule it because I don't know how to talk to the young kids. I don't know how to talk to the young ones. I could let Fowl. Do you want to do it? You can talk to him.
Hello, fellow
watch.
kids.
Hello, fellow kids.
Hello, fellow
Fowl.
gamers.
Fuck. All right. Okay.
If one of you gives me the link, I can pass it on to him. Gives me a thing. He's on Discord.
I mean, I know he's been on Killstream Jr. before, so he's not.
Isn't everybody? Isn't that where all this shit is more or less come from?
He's called in there, so I mean, he's not new to the whole airwaves thing.
The airwaves. This motherfucker. Jesus.
He's rolled the there used to be a name that had like some surfing reference with
He said to get Tommy C. He's good at talking to the kids. I mean, I can throw a skateboard over my shoulder with the best of the Steve Buscemi's out here, but I'm just all right. I don't know. Does he even want to talk? Does he could probably just want to fucking have a joke about Tommy in the fucking chat. We don't even know if he wants to talk. If he wants to talk, I guess somebody can talk to him. Somebody will have good questions. Like,
Sure.
for me, it just, whatever's going on with the whole fucking talk, it cannot possibly be about where he said Nazi 3 months ago. That's dumb. That's not it. This is just, that's not why he's so mad about it. I think he's mad because maybe the way the conversation went. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I wasn't around. I got kicked out of there like last March, I think. So anything that's happened since then, I have no fucking idea. But I have an idea of the way things are run there.
Hello?
Hello, how's it going?
Hello?
Yeah, I've had information that you've been talking about me.
He has an he has accent too. Fuck. All right, hold on.
I mean, the majority of people probably do have accents, to be honest.
Uh,
Just become accustomed to your language.
It's a thing that ends up. Everybody tends to have an accent. Who comes? Where are you from? Or not specifically, but like, where's the accent? What kind of accent?
Oh, yeah. So you don't want to know my longitude and latitude, then?
Not necessarily, but if you got it, I guess. Yeah.
I'm just from the UK, mate. To be honest.
Okay, UK. That was my guess.
Yeah, you can write that down now. Take a
Well, no, if you get that shit wrong, people flip out. Like, have you ever called an Aussie a Kiwi or a Kiwi an Aussie? Have you ever done that?
Kiwi and Aussie is probably like the worst one. They hate that shit.
I don't really like speak to many fucking Kiwis, to be honest. You know.
I can't tell if I
my
am most of the
preference.
time. I fuck up and I end up thinking that they're Australian. I never bring it up. It's in your bed. Never bring it up. If it's ever a thing, just dodge it. Make it very.
Listen. Tonka, you're not too far off the point. Kiwis are practically Australian anyway. I mean, they can constitutionally join us whenever they want. It's a
I
good
didn't
thing.
say that. I didn't say any of that shit.
Same energy.
That disavow. Yeah, that's not me. It's not me saying that shit.
Coming here with a boomerang.
All right. Anyway, why is Tommy so mad at you? Or do you even know?
Well,
That is one question that I do have for you, because that is the part that confuses the fuck out of me, because he's fucking
Yeah.
mad.
There's a long and complicated history between you guys, from what I hear.
well, right. So I'm assuming the fact, right, that like I'm assuming, right, because I ratioed him in like Twitter replies because I got more likes on my tweets when I quoted him, and people were memeing on him, that he just had like a fucking meltdown because he can't see like anyone else's point of view but his own. Because basically, right, he made a video on Halloween with his kid. I like clicked on it, commented the word Nazi. Apparently, like his kid spoke in the video, but I hadn't even watched enough to even hear his like child speak, so I wouldn't even know he's German. I just commented the word Nazi and left, and then some like way like I don't know, like December, I joined a stream and then he told me to fuck off because I called his kid a Nazi and that his wife saw it. But then
We looked at that. It's just the word Nazi.
But then a couple days ago, he said his wife didn't see it. So, more Tommy C lying, nothing new. I'm just assuming the fact that, like, I clowned on him and he got ratioed on Twitter. So he just felt the need to, like, spurge about me. It's quite funny. It's like, it's more content in it. Like, I don't really care, but it's funny anyway. Like, it adds to the argument that Tommy C is just a lunatic man. And probably the reason why he's been on the platform for, like, 4 years and doesn't have a play button yet.
Yeah.
He's fucking. He went off. He was saying, I think he said he wanted you to get hit by some sort of large moving. It was a bus or a truck. I can't remember which.
Yeah, it was a Mack truck.
A Mack truck.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff.
So you never talked to him about the whole Nazi thing. You guys never spoke to each other about it.
I think I tried to, but then like, although Tommy's fine with shouting at 16-year-olds, he's not fine with debating them. It seems so. Every time I've ever tried to talk to him about it, he just talks over me for like 20 seconds and boots me out the call. I even explained it to like Nicholas Diorio, and of course, Tommy C henchmen. They just ignore what I say and just believe what he says. So there's really no reasoning with him.
Henchmen. So would you go as far as to say they're his underlings?
I'd go as far as to say they're his bum licks, mate. They lick his ass.
Shit.
Oh no. It's not even fucking like old news. It's just apparent. And like you have like Nicholas Diorio call him out for making false pedo accusations when like they're just like really poor jokes. Like if I do make one, like it's about 3. They use hyperboles to make it look like I call everyone pedophiles. Like I've never called Tommy C a pedo. But anyway, however, Tommy C literally went on a stream, said that I was going to be a pedo, like he wouldn't be surprised if I was a pedo, and said that he wasn't joking, and yet Nick doesn't criticize him, which is quite interesting. So I think they just bum lick each other, to be honest. I wouldn't really, look into it too much because at the end of the day, it just makes Tommy C look bad. So
it was a pretty ridiculous interaction when I looked at it. It did seem off the fucking wall, and like the guy was a bit wound up. And today when we started talking about it, looking at his, he's like, well, what do you expect? He called my kid a Nazi. So we go back and look, and it's just you just commented Nazi.
Well, he even said like big letters or whatever. I commented with Nazi. If you go look, like he adds these little things in to like make his argument, like unnecessary details, but more or less they kind of like add to it a bit more, like big bold letters Nazi. And all I did was like just type on my keyboard the word Nazi. Like it's not even all caps, but he was trying to make out that like I was an attack on his child. Like his child didn't even like speak German. You can't even see the color of his eyes. Like it was just so random. I don't understand why like he went off.
Yeah,
about
kid's
it.
in like a Halloween costume, like a Halloween get up.
Yeah.
It's the kid's like I think his kid said a happy Halloween. It's not even.
Plus, I think like
you
even
didn't
if
even watch it, right? Like you clicked it,
No.
you typed Nazi, and you moved along with your day.
Yeah, I mean, even if like, let's say I did call this kid a Nazi, does that really warrant like him saying that my family's on welfare? As if that was like that's such a boomer insult. It's like I'm right wing. I earn my money. Fuck welfare. Fuck the system. Like, however,
It's weird. It's a weird one.
That's
and
like
also the fucking heroin comments. Like, you know, I don't think like it's impossible that Tommy C's child could be a Nazi. It's simply impossible. Yeah, but it is, you know, it could be possible that my parents are on heroin. It's not true, but it could be probable. And the same fucking being on welfare. So, you know, they're two very contrasting things, but he's trying to justify like an attack on my family because he had his kid on a show and I supposedly called him his child a Nazi, which he didn't even have any like solid grounds for that happening.
The other thing that this kind of fucked me up through this, I thought that he didn't know how old you were. So.
Oh no! He claims that I defend like I hide behind my age, even though like Tommy sees the person that mentions my age like more than anyone. Like he uses like kid and child and 16 constantly, so it's also quite interesting to see that.
If he goes the crazy pedo angle that he should probably at least. It's so weird. The whole thing it's really weird from him. And like I said this earlier, I don't expect that much from you. You're a kid. Okay, so you do some goofy shit. Nobody cares. You're a kid.
Well, let alone a 44-year-old man or 43.
Okay, that's when it gets different though. When it's the 40-something-year-old fucking dude, you expect a bit more. You know, I expect a little more out of him than I expect out of you. You know, from what I'm seeing, you're more or less having a laugh at the whole fucking thing, and he's freaking the fuck out and calling for your death.
Well, essentially, yeah, because my tweet literally taking the piss out of him with that like Xbox message as like 8K Twitter likes. Like, I'm pretty sure he's fucking rattled about it. And then like he made an entire stream called "I Hate Kids."
Hold on, so what did you say?
I hate kids.
Yeah,
That's a bold strategy.
he fucking he's deleted the stream because like somebody was watching it and basically what he said is that I'm going to delete the stream so no one that watches Cobra can clip it or something like that.
You're called I Hate Kids. Just take that shit down. That's God.
Like, he's private in it, but there's a link to it. If it's like I hate kids or like I dislike kids, and then for the most part, like he was like just playing a game like from what I'd watched, and then I decided to fuck with him, so I promoted the stream on my Discord server. People started going into his stream.
So it was, there were kids in his stream, weren't there?
Yeah, and
there were
then
kids in the I Hate Kids stream.
Yeah, and then Tommy then decided to, I don't know whether like he saw what somebody defended me. So then Tommy C found an opportunity to go on me, right? And it was more or less like the same, just shit, until the point where he like started saying he thinks I'm a pedophile and he's not joking and things like that. I was like, well, you can't really, slap me on the wrist now for making jokes when you're actually making a legit allegation now. So, this time he said he wouldn't let me in contact with kids, even though like legally I'm a kid, so I don't really get it.
He wanted you to be banned from schools. I thought that was fucking ludicrous. Like, he's not done with school, Tommy. He still needs those. Oh man.
He's not a very smart man, I think, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I want to be fair. That was never his gimmick. Being big brain was never the Tommy C gimmick. He goes with the drunken uncle of YouTube gimmick. But then to call your parents alcoholics after him being, again, this is not good calls. This is not how you do it.
I don't think this is very good optics.
No,
not good optics at all.
Oh, it looks bad. Comes off bad.
Sorry.
Can we say hello though, guys, to Nicholas Diorio and Tommy C in the chat real quick? You just wave to them. Yeah, I think they've got. they're in the back benches with OBS open up recording it. So I thought we'd just say hello to them.
There probably is. Nick's big fan of the show. Big fan.
You should get Tommy C on and let's see if I can debate him on an unbiased audience. But to be fair, mind you, it doesn't seem like your chat like Tommy C much, do they?
What are you talking
Well,
around here?
yeah, he used to come around often.
Listen, Lieutenant, Tonka Sir and Tommy C are like really good friends, dog. They're the best of friends.
not from my sources.
My sources have told me that this may not be factual.
Entirely.
Listen, I don't hate him, and I've been the one on the show so far who has been trying to come up with excuses. But then I found out that he knew that what your age was since like last year before any of this shit.
I think there would have been probably like 5 shows a week about Tommy C if it would have been my show. So there you go.
He does not like Tommy C. Infallible Fowl is not a Tommy C fan. They used to be friendly, and then something political happened, and it all.
Well, I saw like Tommy C. Like, I don't hate the guy. I think he hates me. Like he literally like clarified that.
I think he may hate you actually.
Like I don't think it was like like Leafy kill yourself epic moment. Like I generally think he hates me now. But like I commented that like thought nothing of it. So I went into a stream like said hi because I watch his streams, and then he just went fucking after me, and I was like, oh, all right then. And then I spoke to Nick or something. I said something to Nick where let me try and find this.
Was it on Twitter?
No, it was on Discord. I won't post the DMs, but I'll just read it. Lol, Tommy went off on me on that stream. Apparently I called this kid a Nazi, Lamau. And Nick said, I don't know, I didn't hear what he said. I didn't even call in Lamau. I said hi, and then he started saying I called his child a Nazi, and then Nick asked, and then he just like dropped it. But then I think we had a VC like after one of Augie's shows or something. And me and Nick were just debating. And I was like, Nick, you don't know my intention with commenting that. So just to keep repeating yourself is irrelevant. So I'm assuming just Nick's taking the stance that Tommy has that I called his kid a Nazi. Which, like, even if I did, like, it's so fucking stupid. It's like, Tonka, your wife's a white supremacist. Like, I don't know if you have a wife or not. Like, it's fucking nonsense shit.
Here's what bothers me about that part, too. I don't know when this became a big thing with Tommy because Tommy called me a Nazi. He called me a Nazi before he knew who I was. And then someone let him know that I'm not white.
Yeah, but
so he's like, okay, he's not a Nazi now or something, but it's...
Yeah, but his kid's been called a Nazi for ages, He's had enough of it. Like, too many people have been saying his kid's a Nazi, and he just wants to clarify.
Is that a thing? Like, it's a big thing that everybody's going at his kid for being a Nazi?
Oh, I fucking don't know.
But we laughed it off. When he called me a Nazi, it was not a big deal. It's not a fucking thing. We laughed about. Life went on. Now, apparently, this is beyond the fucking beyond to call somebody a Nazi.
I just think, like, he's using this just to, like, I don't think he's ever liked me.
It sounds like he needs a reason.
Yeah, I feel like he's just using this to then, like, push his argument. But all he used it for was to actually justify the comments about my family, which to any sane person, like, I don't care. Like, to be fair, I'm happy he did that because it's funny. But like to the common, that's what I mean. Like to the common person, it's just not going to make him look good at all.
Yeah, it doesn't make you look anyway. It makes him look rough.
Yeah,
it's not doing nothing to you.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's a weird call. Honestly, me and Tommy, we didn't have any issue until like a month ago. One of his friends, I say friend, I don't know, associate, person in his circle. Someone said hi in their chat. So the guy flips out, doxes the dude, and then, or not the guy who said hi, it was someone else who wasn't even there. Flips out, doxes somebody else, and threatens to put out like the PayPal information and all this fucking shit. And then they were all cool with it. And they're all like, well, it's not a big deal. They're doing worse over there. The guy said, what's up? And somebody else got doxxed. And they wouldn't say nothing about that. But then they're like, no, they're doing worse things over there. They won't say a peep about it. You wrote Nazi months ago. And he's losing his shit over this.
I don't know whether it's because, like, I'm coming up on Tommy C. Like, almost overtaking him in subscribers. I simply don't know.
You're almost overtaking him in subscribers?
Yeah, like I don't know
Okay.
whether that's the fucking issue. Like
I think we found the culprit, actually.
it's like literally so confusing, and the thing is like it's even evident by the fact that like he supported me like and interviewed me like about like Just Destiny stuff, right? But then while he was like screaming about me, he started like supporting Just Destiny's argument and that. I was like, well, you literally had me on your show and agreed with what I was saying that what Just Destiny was doing was a bit fucking weird. But I just didn't word it in, you know, a more politically correct manner. But now, like, he's completely like going against that argument, just to make me look bad, even though like
Right.
he believed that argument. It's just so fucking stupid. It's like backtracking so much.
I think they kind of had to do that too because that's how they went at Keemstar without going at taking Destiny's side. They had no ammo on Keemstar, so they had to back the guy that went at you.
Didn't you like criticize Keem for like doxing in quotation marks Just Destiny, even though like he said it was fine if you're gathering information on somebody in a journalistic manner? And that's like he said that's what like it was on his like Boogie2298 stream. He said something like
I'll criticize the shit out of that because I don't know when the fuck Keemstar became a journalist.
well no, but like you know the way he went about it, like you know there were some like similarities between the two, in which like Tommy said something like, oh Keem's like Keem docs JD and it was disgusting and that. Yeah, like somebody did like the same thing to Boogie to run an investigation, and yet he said that was perfectly acceptable. So it was like there's some really like thin lines.
The real
or gray
answer
lines
is
between the
perfectly
two.
acceptable as long as it's them. As long as it's them doing it, it's fine. But if somebody does it, who they can get a view off of saying they're doxing this person and this
Well,
person,
I
put
feel
it in
like
the
it's like
title,
if
then
it's
a thing.
somebody he doesn't like, then he'll just use it to his advantage. That's what he'll do. So
Yeah.
like I don't like Keemstar, so you know, let's go with this narrative. I don't like Cobra, so let's say he calls everyone pedophiles. Like, can he actually pull up instances where I've like actually called someone a pedophile, like generally, without it being a joke? And like even like if we're going off jokes, like I've done it like 3-4 times.
All right. So I mean, don't you call them like? I don't think you use the word pedophile because that's sort of like like when you've said these things. I believe it was you're calling them people nonsense or something like that. Not that I'm trying to like, but like.
Well, you know, when I mention the word pedo, then like I mean like you know anything around that subject. Like he basically said that I called him a pedo the other day because I said this. Right? Something like didn't you have a meltdown because Tonka said you piss in kids' mouths? Apparently, no, Keemstar, but apparently it was you, Tonka, that said it. But like, all I'm saying is like Tommy C has meltdowns over like the most stupidest shit. But apparently that was me saying he pisses in kids' mouths and that he's a pedophile. Apparently,
Yeah.
some bullshit.
I never said he did that.
Yeah, that was.
I never said he did that.
That was pushed on the kill stream a lot.
Oh yeah, they're friends to kill stream. They said that a lot. That was
Even
their whole thing. That was their thing, actually.
They even had a caller call in when Oreo was on the stream with debating the quartering, and they had a laugh at it. It was the same person too that was starting one of the people that was pushing it. This like really irrelevant podcast. Runs in those circles. I'm trying to remember his name. Bone something or fucking I don't know.
All right, lads, it's been fun, but I gotta run.
Bye, leader.
All right.
Thanks, thank you, everyone. I'll catch you guys later.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vamp and Tonka. Yeah. I don't know. See ya.
And he's gone.
Oh fuck! What is this? Has anyone reached out to Tommy to see if he wants to get on the stream?
Anybody not blocked by Tommy?
I'm not blocked on Twitter, but we don't have he soft blocked me, so we don't have open DMs. But I'm blocked on Discord because I said kiss, let's talk it out, baby. I want to work it long distance, and for some reason he didn't understand. He didn't realize I was being patronizing and just like trying to wind him up, being passive aggressive or whatnot. However you want to word it, he basically just said that I was being creepy and sexual with him. So he completely dropped the fucking ball on that.
Okay. All right, he went that angle.
Yeah, here we go. He said, Jesus, kid, I'm a 43-year-old fat man. This is why I soft blocked this creepy kid yesterday. DM me sexual stuff, now he's coming on to me in Discord. Likely just a trap. But hey, proves my point that his mom and dad just dropped the ball in every way. They seem to be okay with it. So, yeah, Tommy, I wanted you to reply with a picture of your dick. Put on fucking Twitter. Jesus, fuck.
Yeah, you'll notice a lot of those people will sometimes take an obvious joke and try to make you into some kind of sexual deviant. I don't know why the fuck that is.
I don't know who else that's
fucking
happened
Tommy
to,
C.
Alex.
Yeah, I can't imagine who else that could have been.
That was the other thing. They went into the thing of accusing Alex of being a pedophile because reasons.
Those are horrible allegations.
There was just that was a bad week where they're just spamming bad shit, and then had the duck and cover for it. And I don't know. I gave Nicholas a lot of shit, and he eventually held up to his word that he'd call it out, and then he called it out like he was like, I need to stand by my principles. It's like, you motherfucker. No, I had to sit there and fucking drag that shit out of him. And then he goes to Twitter and fucking finally holds up to his end of what he says he does. He says he calls things out when they happen.
Okay.
He's that guy. He calls it out. And I was in his DMs, and I think after about 10 or 20 minutes of fucking going back and forth, he's like, he's screenshotting all this.
Tommy C's fucking like mention well on.
You can't mention me. I'm not even on Twitter. I got flagged off Twitter on a live stream.
Yeah.
He's what's he saying there? Fuck, where'd it go? Oh. Shit, I think I lost it. Hold on. He's tweeted out this. So he says like this tweet educator. Somebody said that B Tommy C yell at a child for calling a people a pedo with no evidence. Continue being Tommy C for 1 year. Yell at the same child, but this time called the child a pedo. This is what happens when you drink, kids. Don't become Tommy C. Use moderation, drink water. And then he said, careful, Warski is an easy debunk if that's what he's going with. I will enjoy taking it apart. I think he's gonna react to the stream.
Feel free.
I hope he does.
I tried to take up for most of the fucking thing. Then it got to the part. Oh, he knows how old he is. All right.
Will Tommy
I don't know.
Ever hold himself accountable for his actions? That's what I want to know. Will he ever go? You know what? Considering the fact that it wasn't if I said, Tommy C, your kid is a Nazi, maybe he would have had some grounds. But the fact that I didn't
even
say
if he had the grounds, he's called for your death.
Yeah,
it's a bit much.
He fucking went after my family, even though it's not confirmed that the comment was about his child, and even if it was, I don't think that's any justification, considering the fact that they're two they're calling some child a Nazi is the most random shit on the planet. I'm not offended by it all, but I'm just quite curious. That's the type of person Tommy C is. Even though he says he'd never go after Nerd City's girlfriend or Nerd City's family, there's stream clips that say that, even though he made fun of Tipster's wife with cerebral palsy and my family for allegedly being heroin addicts, which makes no fucking sense, to be honest. At least because of the fact that my parents, unlike Tommy, don't put me in fucking handcuffs when I get home and actually allow me to have some freedom. apparently the heroin addicts. Like I've tuned into streams before, right? And apparently Tommy C's like daughter. I don't know how old she is. I think he told me she's like 12, maybe 13, 14 or something like that. Apparently she like wore her t-shirt once, like you know how like girls do, and they like twist it up, I don't know, and they show their belly button. Well, he said like he screamed at her and told her to get it off or something. Fucking mad at his girl for just doing what normal girls do. So maybe the fact that like my parents aren't as strict as military-based Tommy C is.
Well, it might. All right.
maybe
There's
that's
also
it for
the
me.
thing of people who are parents of girls are way different than people who are parents of just boys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I get that.
They're
yeah.
way different. So
Maybe Tommy C just doesn't understand that. Maybe Tommy C sees the internet in like this fucking like evil manner, considering he's surrounded by like hate. To the fact that like he would never want his child to be involved in the sort of thing.
Yeah, this is a weird corner of the internet. I don't know. That
Yeah, that's
makes me
what I mean,
a little
like-
bit paranoid.
Whereas like what my parents see is like I'm just pissing about on Twitter, making YouTube videos, taking the piss out of things. I don't take anything very serious, so they don't have any issue with what I'm doing. Like I think Tommy C just blows things out of proportion. Like I'm ruining people's lives and that.
I
Like,
think he definitely blew this out of proportion.
does he
That-
not know
that
like
was
the
the
rule?
thing.
There's like rules in the laws in the UK that like are passed when you're 16. Like when you're 16, you can drink. You can't buy alcohol, but you can drink. When you're 16, you can apply for a provisional license. When you're 16, you can have sex. You can get a job when you're 16. And yet Tommy C still thinks that my parents should like, have the password to my fucking phone and check like messages. That type of, situation. It's beyond me.
Fucking. It's
Yeah,
weird for
apparently,
me.
like Augie told me that Tommy C wants to interview my dad. Which is quite an interesting
Tommy C
take,
wants
rather
to
than
interview
me.
your
That's
dad.
weird.
Well, hold on. That is weird because Augie and Nick said it was fucked up that we knew who his dad was, even though his dad's a fucking YouTube and tags him every 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah,
They tried to act
So-
like that was really fucked up that we laughed at his fucking dad constantly plugging him on Twitter.
so I get this message. Tommy C challenged your dad. Has challenged your dad for blood sports and RFC. You must accept this epic challenge. And I said, this is a joke, right, lol? And then he said, I don't know, I don't think so. And I just said, he can speak to my dad when I can speak to his wife.
Ooh. They're not good at this.
Like,
They're not
who
good
the-
at
why
this.
the- why
They
the
are
fuck
setting
would I get my
themselves
dad?
up for some fucking easy ones here, and they are getting got.
Come on, Dad, throw yourself into a fucking interview in a community full of doxers. Yeah, fucking great.
Yeah, right?
Come on,
That'd be
Dad,
brilliant.
fight my argument for me. Because Tommy C, he can't debate with a child, but he will tell the child to kill himself.
It's-
Clap, clap, clap.
Oh, this is annoying. You're a bit brighter than a lot of fucking grown folk that I've talked to. This
Well,
is
we are
annoying.
talking about Tommy C, so like it does make
Not
me look
particularly.
quite good when I'm arguing with him, doesn't it?
This-
It's hardly Albert Einstein, but you're comparing a fucking, a rusty pipe to, something made out of aluminium.
Fucking the accent with the aluminium thing. Oh,
Yeah,
All
I
right.
knew, I knew I was going to pick up on that.
it's a great word. Fuck. Okay, so it has boiled down to you said something about his kid. He said something about you. So now it's fucking my dad's gonna beat up your dad on the playground. Is he really doing that?
You know what it reminds me of, right? It's like an argument on Xbox Live. Get your dad on the mic, like that
Yeah.
type of fucking shit.
Is that what's happening?
I'm assuming, but
All right. There are people close to Tommy watching this show. I know they are. Even if you're not in the chat, I know you're listening. I know you're recording. Whatever you're doing, go talk
I
to your
don't
boy.
think there's anything like out of fucking context in this fucking stream. Anyway, like apparently people told me he looks like a bad person. Like, what's he gonna do? Laugh at the fact?
I don't
that,
want to say he's
we're
a
laughing
bad
at it?
person. I'm just saying he did something stupid.
I don't know. I think he's done too many stupid things.
He's done a couple stupid things. But to me, I don't think people are obligated to look out for anybody else but themselves. They don't have to look out for anybody else. But I will say, very dumb what he's doing here. This is not bright. It's just the whole entirety of the way this is played out. He looks really fucking foolish.
I am wondering, right, considering the fact, you you don't want to state that Tommy C is a bad person, which you know is totally fine. Does that stance have anything to do with the fact that he might have stuff on you? Does he have dirt on you, and that's why you don't want to clarify your position?
No. I'm not gonna say if he's a good person or not either. Again, like I probably talked to Tommy maybe like 15, 20 times. So, like I know him, I got a feel for him, but I never talked to him about this kind of shit. Like I talked to Tommy about shit that had nothing to do with any of this really. We talked about this kind of stuff like 2 or 3 times, and it was all on the show.
Yeah, all right.
So it was never really a thing. It can't have shit on me. I don't give a fuck. But then in the case of like, there's little things about this that it's just troubling as fuck. Like, just why the fuck did he flip out so fucking hard? And then, you know, you bring up the sub number thing. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. I don't want to believe it's that because, goddamn, that's a really petty reason.
I don't know. Tommy really like cares about the numbers like that. Like, but that's like the only thing I can even think of. Or I don't know what the fuck I did to.
It really just doesn't take much. That's the thing.
Like, imagine, right, if I went and called Tommy C a pedo, like, I think he's a pedo, and, like, put that on Twitter, right, he would literally fucking go ape shit. Yeah, he's literally like, made 2 clips on his stream of saying, like, I'm learning to molest kids, and he wouldn't let me next to, like, kids. I've looked at them, and I've just laughed at them. So, you know, like, how have I managed to be able to, like, take that, but Tommy C can't, and yet he's, you know, meant to have all this life experience from being 43 years of age. Like, it's so confusing to me, like, what I did to trigger him that bad. Like, considering the fact that it happened months ago, I just don't know. It's very interesting.
It's fucking something. Like you said.
I mean, it can't
You'd
be the
expect
fact
a little more
that, like,
life experience.
It can't be the fact I ratioed him on Twitter. Like, surely not. Like, that, like, my tweets get more likes than his when I was arguing with him. Like,
We looked at that, and it was like he got like 30 something on one of them, and you had like 100 because they're also laying themselves up to get dunked on hard in a lot of these. It's
the only
like just
time
setting themselves up.
the only time that Tommy would get more likes, right, is if like Nicholas Dior would retweet him. It's like the only case. Maybe like maybe just the fact that I don't know, like Tommy would make a tweet that my quote would get more than his, considering even though I've got like, what was it, like a fifth of his Twitter following, and the fact that people that follow me don't even know who the fuck Tommy C is. So maybe that's what wound him up. I don't know. It's interesting.
Shit like this does end up winding some of these guys up. I don't know if that gets to Tommy. I know that kind of shit bothers the fuck out of Nick when he did that thing.
Oh, wow. Nick gets fucking fuming over ratios. I'll tell you that, because we normally, you know, like when Nick replies to me, he'll like get, you know, he won't get more likes than the original tweet, but he'll get a good amount of likes. And when I was replying to him, I was getting more likes than his replies. So, you know, after him being like towards the end, he had like 4 likes. I was getting 13. So it was quite devastating. The opinion.
Nick will sit in voice chats. This has happened to like people sitting here. I
like,
know
Nick
me and Vamp, or like we would sit in a voice chat, and he would sit here and ask people, like, should I answer this tweet? What if I said this? What if I said this? What about, like, he drafts a million things onto it. He gives a fuck way too much about it. He's like, I'm gonna disengage right here. I think this is where I should disengage.
If you watch the Tommy C like video, he basically says that like Nick was telling him. So after like the argument died down and, you know, it was pretty evident that I won, he then had to tell Tommy C to like regain his honor, I guess, and like spin the story. So that's why Tommy tweeted out that I was melting. I had a meltdown. It's like, I don't really think I had a meltdown. I did calm and collected debate over.
You retweeted that. That was the one that was really bad. He accused you of having a meltdown and said it was hilarious. He got like 30 something likes. You retweeted that and got like 100 something likes.
Yeah, 104.
It was bad.
Yeah,
because nobody saw a meltdown from you. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
They saw a lot of people they were spamming you and you were making fun of them, and it did not go well. I don't know. From what I saw anyway, are there people over there who are saying that it went well for them? That looked good?
No, I don't think. Yeah, I didn't really see any of that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
They
Nick even
probably won't
did.
talk about it.
I mean, I do wonder what his like next steps are, because people like this isn't this isn't drama or anything like that. Yeah,
No, it's
Tommy
just
made it
talking
drama pretty
crazy shit.
much. Yeah, so I mean, like I've not taken this anything like seriously. It's just like, yeah, well, to like any average fucking YouTuber or like normal person, you've just seen a 43-year-old man tell a kid
Pass
to
the
kill
fuck out.
himself. Yeah, like I don't think like he should hold back because I'm a child. Like, I think, in this stream, I've been able to show that, I know what I'm on about. Like, I'm no fucking stupider than Tommy C, if that's the case of me being a kid or whatever. But just to the average person, you look like you're fucking crazy. I mean, even if you just talk about a regular person, you look fucking crazy. But, if I was 43 and I saw a child say something about me, like, or memeing on me, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, some kid. But Tommy C goes so fucking hard in that stream, so I don't know
He went
whether
a
I'm
little
ever gonna find
ballistic.
out what the motive was. Did his wife have an argument with him like before they went on stream? I don't fucking know. Like, if it wasn't what I did, something must have happened in his personal life for him to go off like that.
Yeah, I think it could. I mentioned that you might have just called the wrong day or some fucking shit, because the response versus what it came from, these two things were so fucking out of whack that I can't put it what you did.
The only
Made him
time,
act like that.
the only times I've insulted Tommy C, like, I've never called him like a pedo or anything. So, like that wouldn't wind him up because I've never done that. And the only thing that would piss him off is that, quotation marks, I called his son a Nazi when I didn't. But if he believes I called his son a Nazi, October the 31st, why is he spurging out about it on February the 2nd?
That was
first,
the
whatever.
thing I brought up. I was like, why is he mad about that now? Even if he's mad about that, but I don't get why he's mad about that.
Like, what did I do? I don't fucking know.
Fowl threw out there that it may be a political thing. Apparently, you two have different political thoughts. Well, it's a 16-year-old and a 40-something-year-old. I'm shocked they don't share the same political views.
What is it? Is it politically based? Like the fact? Yeah,
I don't know.
In his fucking.
I was going through your old tweets and he called you like a left-wing nutbag. So, like, well, maybe he just had it out for you after that.
He like mentioned that my parents were Remainers in the video, like as if that would had anything to do with it. Like, it was so fucking random.
What's it, Romaine?
Like a Remainer, like someone that wants the UK to stay in Europe or the EU.
Brexit thing, like Romanian.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I got you. I was like, fuck, why's he going in on Romanians?
even though even though like when Brexit happened, right, I checked Tommy C and he retweeted a tweet from Nigel Farage, and like if any British people know who Nigel Farage is, they know how fucking racist he is. I don't think actually Tommy C understands
Fowl,
that.
is this a racist?
Yeah, he's a racist. I don't know whether you call him a politician because he's never been in like a member of parliament position.
Who are we talking about?
Brexit party leader. Yeah, I guess you can.
Okay, Nigel Farage.
Yeah, Tommy C retweeted a tweet from him, which I thought was quite amusing. He was like a really far right person in the UK.
That's just annoying that he calls me a Nazi when he says that.
If
he like, I'm not even political. Like that's something I think. I don't know if the guy's racist or fucking not. I probably wouldn't think he was, to be honest. I probably wouldn't.
No, I don't think he was. Yeah, I just think he's very misinformed.
I thought that, but I also don't fucking talk to you about politics. Not what I do.
Like,
so
if Tommy C can now critique my politics, insult my family, insult me, but yet can't debate me, is he just wrong? Like, because if he brings me on the show for a debate, like, I don't know whether I'd go on his show in particular because it's biased. Like, I don't know, they'd just be goofing. Like, I'd rather go on a more like equal playing field, or just like me and him in a call.
I
record
tossed it back and forth on whether or not I should talk to you because you were young. But I mean, we had talked about the thing for like an hour, and I was really curious on why the fuck he got so mad. And I don't know. It doesn't seem like you know any better than I do. Like the dude just got fucking mad.
No, I don't think we're any closer to how we
Yeah.
started.
So I mean, he can't say that he can go in on you all fucking day, but he won't hear you out when you go back at him. That's not okay. Like if he's gonna talk shit about you the way that he's fucking doing, like he can't then be like, I won't talk to him because he's a kid. Because I had Augie on the show, and this was like
Yeah,
a
he
year
was
ago
like
when
a
he
year
was
ago.
he made some shit up about me, and I had him on the show, and I was like, he's a kid, like the whole time. But I still ended up getting pissed off at him, but he was full of shit, so I had to do it. I was gonna talk about him, so I still talked. I talked to him, but Tommy
Yeah.
can't fucking go in on you on Twitter for days,
Well,
and
if
then
Tommy,
call for
like,
you to
if
be
Tommy
killed,
has,
and then not talk to you.
if Tommy has me on the show, like nobody's gonna go, why have you got a kid on the show? Like, I think after you fucking like insulted his honor, you know.
Well,
It-
he's had Turkey
like-
Tom on the show too, so it's not really.
Yeah.
Have you been on the show before?
Yeah, I've been on the show before.
Okay, so you've been on his show before.
Yeah,
But he
maybe-
wouldn't have you on now because you have something to say to him.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
dirty.
What he's probably realized, right, is that, you know, I have a little bit, you know, I'm not saying a lot, but a little bit more influence than, you know, I did last time we spoke. And that's pretty evident by the fact that Tommy C has been shat on more than I've been shat on by his audience, right? So maybe if he knows that I'm gonna, you know, maybe if he knows we go and debate on his show, that I'm gonna promote it in my Discord server, and maybe that scares him. Because, you know, that's the only logical explanation I've got for it, and that's even a fucking stretch. I'm just so curious why, you know, we can't even get in a Discord call about it. It's like Tommy knows how many times now, because saying it on this stream, he's got fucking Nicholas Diorio watching it for him while Tommy's tucked up in bed, you know, whatever. Tommy knows how many times I've said I didn't call his kid a Nazi, and yet that's the only justification he has for, you know, insulting my family. So if he knows that's all he has, then he's not going to want to debate me where I'm just going to go, yeah, I never called your kid a Nazi, Tommy. So where like, what gives you the grounds to insult my family now? Doesn't that just contradict, you know, your entire thing about not attacking people's relatives? And then he'll just be like, oh, you called these people a nonce. You called these people a nonce. And I was like, yeah, but didn't you call me an actual paedophile on your show? So he's got nothing.
That's so
He's now
weird.
fucking, all his cards are on the table. So if I were him, if I was in this position, I wouldn't bring someone on the show that I'm ultimately going to lose to.
If all he's going to have to do pretty much through the entire conversation is explain how wrong he was, it's going to be a pain in the ass for him to have.
He's not going to want me on the show now.
Yeah, I could see why he'd want to just keep on keeping on. I can't. But I don't know. I'll say this. I don't know if it's a very good defense because, again, I don't know. You know, it's not like I know this guy super well or anything. I've talked to him a good couple times, more or less. I don't think it's the numbers thing. Not saying that it isn't. I'm saying I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. But like, you know,
it seems like something happened. He's pissed off about it. It may not even have to do with you, and then he just flipped, and you were first thing that he fucking went at, maybe, or maybe it's something from back before this that you two got into.
I'm gonna say something, and you can dispute it and disagree and say you don't think that, but you can imagine how much he'd be going at you if you got a shout out from Shane Dawson, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's just my theory on it.
I'd understand if he was going
after
after
Fowl,
me.
Fowl, think you think it's more numbers too, for real?
I think he wants to start drama with him because he has numbers. That seems to be more his MO.
I don't.
It's like somebody gets big.
I think that Tommy C's annoyed that I can make like really risque jokes and get away with it, and I feel like he wants that exact power or something. And the fact that I can get away with it and he can't, that he's just spurged, like that's also another theory. But I don't think any of these are correct. And Tommy C's the only person we can actually get to know, like actually know why he's come to this conclusion. Like,
has anyone just asked him, why are you this mad? Like, does anybody just
like
ask
have I
that
had
question?
have I had a negative impact on like any of Tommy's like fucking like before? Let's say like he lost like 10 followers from this thing. Like before he spurged about me, did anything like really like make Tommy C lose anything? Like, did he lose any followers because of me, or lose any
Oh,
like
God, if he
respect
lost
because of
10
me?
followers, that's still not a reason to call for you to be killed by a truck
Well,
and
it is-
you'll bury
it's
your
like-
fucking parents and shit.
He's
That's
at
crazy.
he's at like no loss, like, and then he goes after me and insults me. But it's like, Tommy, what have I done? Like, even if I like have like insulted the shit out of you, like you've not lost anything. Like no one's lost any fucking respect or anything at this time. Like I don't know what I've done to make you fucking go so batshit crazy. And now you've just like made yourself look like a fucking retard.
I think you posted the joke. Like, this is how I'm gonna see like the him accusing you of calling like the guy with false evidence thing. Like, they see it, they post it somewhere in a Discord somewhere. Oh, look at this guy, he's doing this, but I don't think it's real. And then they get, they get all detective like, but then they don't fucking check anything but that. And so they're not in on the joke, and so this shit happens, and it's a big fucking thing. And you just go along with it, and you get a fucking mess like this. But
Are we on about the fake DMs?
oh yeah, like Nick was pissed about that, right?
Like the thing is with that, like, it's a bit like, you know, doing something bad because you know it's funny and doing it anyway. Like I can admit like what I did was wrong there, but like I knew that from when I was doing it. Like I was just doing it for a joke because I had some people in the Discord call and we thought of the idea. Like I'm not gonna name names, like I'm not that type of person, but thought it was
I'm not
funny.
gonna name your co-conspirators, but you're
No,
coming
no.
clean on it. That's
But
decent.
yeah, like I know it was bad. Like I didn't post it. Them know it was bad. I knew it was bad. Did it anyway. Thought it was funny, right? That's mainly because the guy like literally gained like 200k in a few days on a gimmick account, and it'd be kind of funny. He's like, oh, already on his road to fame, and he's done this. Like, yeah, haha, yeah. And I clarified that it was a joke. Like, even I DM'd that guy on Discord. Like, he even tweeted it out and said like, I asked him, yo, is that screenshot real? Even though I made it. He then said like something like, no, it's not real, blah blah blah. And I was like, and I responded, I was like, yeah, but I made the DM, mate. And then we got into an argument, yeah. So even I admitted that I faked it to the guy. Like I wasn't trying to pass it off as real at the time. I was just thought it was funny, like thought it was a joke. I knew, you know, I'm not stupid. I know some people are gonna think it was real, but it didn't impact him at all. But like this guy, you know, he was 50. He's 15. So he got a bit nervous. Made a tweet like coming out of context on his gimmick account, breaking character, which was quite amusing. Made the tweet like I knew it was wrong, but I did it anyway. Like I'm not like you can criticize it like oh you want to keep arguing like Tommy C is doing, but like I've admitted it is wrong and I still did it anyway. There's like nothing really else you can say on it. The thing is like Tommy C still went after me. What?
What the fuck?
Right. Fucking hell. I think my mum's going to bed. She told me to keep it down.
So calm the fuck down in there.
No, she's fucking doing some heroin.
Oh,
keep it down.
obviously.
Yeah.
It's fucking hooligan.
Breaking her concentration.
Yeah, Tommy C called me a pedo. Said it wasn't a joke. So, in essence, what he did was worse.
Like, all right. This is nifty. The kid comes on. He admits to what he did. Said it was bad. A lot of fucking people. Guy, we know a lot of people. A couple decades older than you that could take a lot out of that. Again, yeah, what you did, that not a good thing to do, but at least you clarified it was good. Good for that. It didn't take too long. How long after it did you say it was a joke to let everyone know?
I believe I deleted the tweet now, but if you check Bo Black's video, pretty sure same day, maybe like
Okay,
couple
so the
hours.
same day. So this isn't even you did it yesterday, and today you let everybody know, hey, that was calm down, everybody. That's a joke. You did it the same day.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, it was a dumb thing. You recognize it was a dumb thing. Rectified the situation.
Yeah.
Good. Cool. All right. On the other hand, motherfuckers are calling for your death.
Indeed.
Get ran over by Mack trucks and shit.
The fake DM wasn't even about Tommy as well, so like.
Well, that is also strange. It's. I mean, there's something to be said for taking up for people, so I guess that's kind of fine. But bit of an overreaction. The way that once all this stuff shakes out, still going at you, does the stream, and then decides, I don't know, man. Then decides it's like talk all that crazy shit about your family. Hope you get hit and killed. All this just dumb shit over not shit. That is useless. Like, it's very useless. Apparently, Tommy is tweeting something to Crucial Bunny that I have to see, and people keep it. You apparently love to talk about pedo sex, and that is a red flag. I wouldn't ban him unless he did something, but I would also not let him near children if I was in charge. What does why? Why is that now? Is
now.
that old?
That's now.
That's now.
That's now.
So still.
Yes.
We're still gonna go down this road. This is still the. I don't know. I don't know. That's. I don't know about that shit. That's. All right. I'm gonna. I don't think anybody can defend it. To keep going. It's fucking dumb.
I've just quoted it and say, "Can someone please collect their drunk uncle?"
I can leave if he wants to come on. That's what he's worried about.
I'm sure he's terrified of you.
I think I'm gonna go off now. Like I've said my piece and justified anything.
And he's not gonna fix anything. It's just gonna keep getting weirder and worse. Maybe in a few days he'll be done, dude. I don't fucking know.
Well, I hope not, because I'm having some enjoyment out of this. I'm loving it.
I've noticed you're having a laugh with it. He's fucking going ballistic over this shit. He's
so mad.
What you did originally, no, not very mature. Versus the way that you've handled it and the way he's handling this shit. Oh, gee. Like I'm not trying to be shitty. It's just not that deep. I don't know how I got it like this, but it's not that deep. He is fucked up out there right now.
Why is he still fucking like if this was you, right, tweeting that and Tommy C was Nicholas Diorio, he'd be going fucking ballistic that you've said shit like, if you talk about pedo sex, that is a red flag. Like apparently if like Nicholas Diorio, if this wasn't Tommy and someone else, Nick would go fucking fuming at the guy for saying that you're a pedo if you talk about pedos.
Yeah.
Like, what? He loves talking about pedo sex. It's like, what?
That's also the weirdest way to phrase that ever.
Pedo sex? What the fuck?
I've not heard that phrasing in a long time. I think that's what somebody says when they have no idea what they're talking about. That's like old, like 1990s America's Most Wanted shit.
Yeah, very weird. But anyway, thank you for having me on the show.
No, it's appreciated. Cleared up some stuff, but yeah, still have no idea why the fuck he's so mad.
Yeah, well, see you all later.
All right, you take it easy.
Never.
Bye.
Goodbye.
His
Nice kid.
Yeah,
it was fine.
It's a little bit of a troublemaker at times, I guess, but
I call him a troublemaker.
16.
Yeah, who is it?
Okay, I heard he was a kid. I didn't know he was that.
Okay. I'm
Man,
gonna
he's
go
not
get my
starting
drink.
shit, and he's not even 18 yet. What the fuck?
I'm gonna go get my drink. Fowl, you can explain what you've just learned about Tommy C that you now hate. There's gotta be a thing.
Oh, I don't know. I think it just confirms the fact that he is really angry. I don't know why either. I've wondered that for a long time. I don't know. You'd think there'd be a point where he'd stop being angry and go like, "Why the fuck was I so angry?" He doesn't. He just gets more angry.
Mm.
It's really weird. I don't know. I've never encountered anything like that before. Especially somebody that likes to be around drama. You would think they'd be more used to being
Drama?
around shit like that. Yeah, but I know he has a list. I know Tommy has a list of people that have pissed him off,
Checking it
and he's just done with them.
I
So
think he does check
don't
it
know.
twice.
Okay. Okay. So now you're accusing people of having lists, Fowl. My God.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
is the biggest transgression.
Here it goes. Here it goes. It's
no,
just-
he definitely has a list of people that he just doesn't like, and they're always wrong. It's not inaccurate.
bro.
Bro.
Hmm.
Is okay. He probably does
I'm-
have a list.
I am out there asking the hard questions nobody else is willing to ask.
What you asking?
You fucking
I-
leftist lunatic.
I don't appreciate being dogpiled on here by you evil Nazis.
Man, shut the fuck up. Leftist bitch. Commie. Motherfucker. Who the fuck you think you is?
There's a little duck.
Talking some shit like that.
curious
what's
motherfucker.
going on
Bitch,
here.
man,
I'm a little
I'd have slapped the
duck.
piss out of you. Coming up in here talking all that shit.
If you nip at his arm, he'll go away.
You better go
Fowl
away,
has
bitch.
finally asked the question. I see the tweet.
Yep.
Asked him, "Why are you so mad?"
I'm just.
You know, come to think of it, I never asked him that either. I don't think anybody's ever asked him that.
I'm. This duck is
I
pretty
did.
fucking cute.
I don't think I'll get a response, but
I don't
but
think
I
so
asked
either.
him.
For posterity's sake.
I don't know. I don't. Again, I don't hate him. I think taking up for Broskin Optic was goofy as hell,
Fucking picture.
but he's fucking mad, and he needs to not be so fucking mad about this. Like the kid doesn't fucking care, dude. I just talked to him. I promise. He apologized for what he did. He's yeah, it's just a joke, not a big deal.
He called
He
in a
moved on.
Tommy stream. Like he could have just said like, "Hey, dude, you said that, and my kid wasn't there, and my wife thought like that you were calling my kid a Nazi, and it pissed her off, and can you apologize to her?" And he probably would have just been like, "Oh yeah, sure, I could do that.
I'm
Whatever."
sorry, I didn't even watch the video.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
sure he would've-
ways to do this that aren't calling for death.
And they could have had like some kind of conversation about it that was reasonable, but he just shouted over him instead. He just didn't want to hear anything. It's just a little overreacting. A little
Man.
overreacting. Like, I can't wait for you to be a heroin addict. What?
Be hit
Who
by a
doesn't?
Mack truck.
Why would he do that? I still that makes no why. Who fucking is like, you know what, kid? I hope you're a heroin addict. Publicly on Twitter. What are you doing? Calm down.
Well, this was a clip, actually. This was a clip for one of his gaming streams.
Oh.
This is one from one of the arcade streams. That's where those clips came from.
Jessica's saying, why didn't he remove the comment?
I mean, yeah.
There's always that.
I don't know. Tommy could have asked him to though. Like that. That's the thing to
Tommy
me.
could have
Like
done it.
if I would have went on that rant about a comment somebody made, and I wouldn't expect them to want to go like, oh, I'll remove that. Hey, at that point, it's like, well, fuck you then. I mean, if it had been like, dude, can you not do that? That's, it pissed my wife off. And he still kept the comment there. I could say, all right, you're being a dick. But yeah, he went in him like that. I wouldn't have removed the comment either.
Months later, man. He ain't even mad until months later. Bringing this shit up in February. Calm down. It's fucking whatever. I don't know. I really think something else is why he was mad. And he's saying that's why, but he's mad about something else. I don't think it's the number thing. I know you do. I don't think that's it.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong there for saying that, because like he actually was more fair with Nerd City than Nick was. So I guess there's that. Again, those are people that had like an argument and they talked, and it was just all right. We could talk about this. We could have like a conversation about this.
I believe it.
I guess because he thinks the kid's a sexual deviant or some shit. I don't know. He's out of his fucking mind. That's all I could really say is he's a fucking loon. And if he could just like calmly, like rationally go like, yeah, I should talk to this kid. I don't like something that he did. I'll tell him that and tell him, he shouldn't have done that. And we'll, but in his mind, he's this like heroin addict, pedophile, sicko already. Like that's he has his mind made. That's who this kid is to him. So of course he's not gonna like, I'm gonna have a conversation with you about this. He can't. That's like so out of his realm of what he thinks was a rational answer to this. Like, how do you talk to somebody that's like a pedophile, heroin addict, white trash? That's his thought process, right? Just a guess, right? Crickets? Dead air?
Chirp, chirp.
I don't know. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that? Because that's how I'm imagining it.
Yo, fuck Tommy C.
There you go.
Why don't you like Tommy? You don't have a reason to even dislike Tommy C.
No, I just wanted to say that.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's not even like a fuck Tommy C thing. It's like I really think he has deluded himself to the point where like he really thinks the things that he said about this kid. And he's convinced himself that. And he's like, yeah, you guys are crazy. You think I'm going to have a conversation with that sicko? And he's just like, dude, I'm a 16-year-old kid. I should post on the internet. What the fuck?
Kind of. I don't know. I think you talk to him a lot more than I do. I may be wrong, but I think you did. That may be why you're so like, man, I'm like, it's not, me and him aren't cool by like any means. I just can't fucking.
Yeah, I can't forgive the shit that he said that day. That was well, especially since he never apologized for it. He never admitted he was wrong. If he would have said like a month later, hey, I reread the tweet. I noticed you were wrong, or noticed you didn't say what I, said you said. I would have dropped it. I would have had no problem with it.
Unforgivable.
But he didn't. He lied about me. Just same as he does about 16-year-old kids, the same as he does about everybody. He lied about me, and he just that's his reality now. Have you ever watched Orange Is the New Black?
Yes.
Oh,
That character with the one that is delusional and thinks she's engaged to this guy, and
I didn't watch it that well, apparently.
what?
she's got like black hair, really bright red lipstick. It's kind of like this 50s look.
Oh, that chick. Okay,
That's-
like she's like, oh yeah, we're engaged, we're gonna get married and all this. Turns out she was just stalking him, and that's why she's in jail.
Yeah, like as the series goes on, you get to find out that more like it's not that she was just lying about that. Like in her mind, this was true. And I think that's Tommy. I think that's who he is. He's just made up his mind of all this shit about people, and it's just
Fuckers in your TV shows. Okay,
I relate things to characters. That's all I can do.
that's the characters you land on. Fucking, you got a Knots Landing reference while you're at it.
I have never watched any soap operas, so
Fair enough.
I have
Of course. What's your favorite soap opera, Alex?
General Hospital.
He
My
answered
mom watched
right
it
off the
inside-
bat. he answered.
Immediately.
I grew up watching that with my mother.
Fuck.
I'm not even ashamed to admit that shit. How could I not? How could I not? I saw that all the time when I was a kid, so I know all about it.
My mom watched a ton of those too, but I just went and played video games.
That's usually what I did, but occasionally, yeah, I'd end up watching that because I'd be in the room.
Speaking of just going and playing video games, sometime today, I'm going to try to kill the Witcher monster. I've never killed it. I'm going to try to. I don't know if it's going to go well at all, or if it'll take 15 chances like it did the other day. But I'll try to fight the Witcher monster. And I might stream it on the Twitch thing. I think I'm going to try to make all the better players quickly surround me on that. That's a really pain in the ass monster, by the way, on
Yes,
that
it
game.
is.
Real pain in the fucking ass to beat him, but I want to try it. Pete said the normal one or the big dick one. Which
Big dick.
I don't know which one is which.
He's
on
trying to
that
fight
game.
the ancient.
Yeah, sure. But I'll do that later on Twitch probably. I don't know what anybody else is doing.
I'll probably be
Blossom-
on Twitch.
Blossom is not dead, so that's also good. She's not feeling so well today and did something else to get the feeling better, and she's not dead, so that went well. Good. And fuck.
Wait,
I don't
is Blossom the coronavirus?
No.
She is in Canada.
Hmm.
She is in Canada. Just pointing it out. I don't know. We met that kid too, and he's don't really like talking to kids on the show, like at all. But it's as good of a way to get an understanding as anything on what the fuck was even going on. It's situation still makes no fucking sense to me. Situation still makes zero sense to me. How that motherfucker got so mad, but it's fine. It's good. Life goes on. And I do get why you're so mad at him. I get why, but I still don't get how, kind of. Like, you should...
I should probably
you
just
said-
look at him as an idiot and just move on with it. But I guess just the way he went about it.
I get it. He pissed you off, but you're like, I can never forgive what he said that day.
He
What the fuck
demeaned-
did he say?
Oh, he demeaned everything that I'd worked for. Like I've been trying to help out crowd, and he fucking made sure to go in on me for that. And he even actually went as far as say, "Well, Jim was right about the idiots that the crowd hangs out with," to like take a shot at me. But if you, I've seen tweets where Jim talks about the idiots the crowd hangs out with, and it was Tommy. So
Usually,
I don't think Jim knows who I am. Even now that I'm on the show, I don't think he knows who I am. I don't really care if he knows who I am. But I don't think that comment was about me. I'm a nobody.
it's kind of the thing.
If it was, then hey. So be it. I'm not trying to impress him, but I don't think it was about me.
You don't?
He tried to make it about me, though. He tried to make this huge gotcha that day.
Hmm. I don't know. I don't know, man. it's just you really don't like it.
Yeah.
I like I said, I get it. I ain't trying to change. I just don't get how it's at an unforgivable level. Like you said earlier, you said it's unforgivable. You'll never forgive me for it. It's just, I don't know how you let a conversation that had to do with what the fuck ever get turned into all that shit. Either one of you. I'm not saying it's just to you. I'm saying like either one of you. You're both grown folk.
Yeah.
Like you're not as old as he is, I don't think, but you're both grown. Like, I don't know how the fuck it got to that. It was like,
yeah, I mean, I used to go try to defend him, like when Keemstar.
you defended him to be alive. I know that you would do that.
When Keemstar went on Twitter and was trying to blame Tommy for being the one that took Ralph down, I posted a clip that was him like talking about how he's against, that, and he, even though he doesn't get along with Ralph, he's against that, and just to prove the point. I remember when he said something really stupid going into the whole like Ian thing. It was after the audio leak came out, and he was like, "Oh, well, that, he just jumped in it and like face first to try to say, well, fuck, that doesn't matter, and this and that." And then he got a lot of criticism for it. And I would have told him like, don't get in the middle of things. If you want to be cool with him, you want to try to talk to him, fine, but don't jump in the middle of this shit. But he did, and he did face first. And I went on Twitter because Zoom was shit talking him, and I started calling out Zoom's bullshit and said like, well, I mean, everyone was cool with him at one point, so you being pissed off that Tommy was cool with him, just it's stupid to even bother with it. I didn't give a fuck. That was one of those days where like I had that conversation with Nick that fucking day where I told him about that, and he wouldn't go anywhere near Zoom. He was terrified of him, but I didn't fucking care.
It's kind of how most of them are. They don't want to say anything to anybody who's going to say or do anything back to them, but they want to do things like, oh, I don't know, call 15-year-olds pedophiles and shit. It's so dumb.
I really did believe in him, and he let me down. I busted my ass to try to make his show better. I thought at least, even though he wouldn't give me the recognition of bringing me on or anything like that, I thought he at least respected the fact. I thought he was loyal. And then when he just turned his back and stabbed me in the back, I realized that he wasn't the person I thought he was.
Oh, Jesus.
So
Someone in the chat was saying that we should play Cogs Our Lives Online. Oh, no.
I'll have that on this computer.
Shouldn't have that on any computers.
Nope. Not on this one.
No, it's fine. I don't need to have a mope about it. Somebody, you asked, and I finally actually get to say it, and yeah. it is what it is. I think he's a prick.
I don't think it's worth the unforgivable status. But I get why it pissed you off, and I can see why you would be at a level of I wouldn't want to deal with him anymore.
I mean, I directly linked him the tweet and said like, I'm trying to think why I linked it to him, but he responded to it and said like he acted like he had never seen it before, and it was the same tweet that I linked him. Like that, he just acted on Twitter like he had never seen the damn thing before, and I was a fucking lunatic for trying to think that he should know about my tweet. It's like that was the reason you blocked me, you fucking asshole.
Oh Jesus. Okay. All right, man. It's like that.
It's like that.
He's just disingenuous. He's just a liar. He's just a liar to be a liar.
Is it? Are you sure you would never talk to him again?
I don't know.
This is the kind of thing that seems like it bothers you that you never got to say your piece to him about it. That's what this seems like.
Yeah, I guess it is. I guess I didn't really get a chance to go on there and defend myself. If he had all that shit to say about me, then like bring me on and fucking be a man about it. But I just, ever since I've been on this side of things, like I've looked at all this shit that he's done differently, and I don't know how I could actually view him as not being a piece of shit. How do you stop? How do you fucking look at the guy that, like I said, he was buddies with Nerd City, and then he fucking brought him on and said, all right, there was a good conversation, we're cool now. And then Nick goes at him that day, and he's just like, oh, whatever. Yeah, just doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He fucking, tells 16-year-olds that they're pedophiles, and then he wants them to die. Like, it's how do I just go back to going, yeah, that's cool, I like that guy, me and him are cool. I don't know.
I think you should ask to speak to him. I don't think you're going to get an answer, but maybe that will help you out, that you at least threw it out there that, look, I think we should talk this out. And if he don't answer or whatever, and you never end up talking, fine. But it'll be a fucking thing off of your back, because it sounds like this shit bothers you about Tommy C, apparently. So you gotta fucking.
I haven't really had long conversations. I just call it the bullshit that he does. But yeah, I guess Blossom took note to it. I don't know. I think everyone around here has their fucking villain in their life, though. I mean, I don't know. Broski's never fucked with me that much. He's annoying. Yeah, Tommy did.
Well, give it a try. If it doesn't work, You put it out there, you gave it a go. Maybe that'll help you out, because you seem unfucking happy about it. So
I don't. A lot of it. You don't want to even get into it, but like a lot of it wasn't even him. The shit that's been going on lately. I mean, it's not even really him. He just has stupid fucking takes on shit. I don't like any of the shit that they've turned into. But that's who they've turned into.
I get it.
And I don't want to really go into the peeping stuff like on air, because like I said, I asked him if he wanted to talk about it. He never got back to me. So I think he's happy being away from all the limelight and all the drama. So
No, that's cool. All is cool. It's just, again, like, I don't like or dislike the fucking guy anymore. It's not a thing I study too hard. But if it's a thing that bothers you, like on this level or anything close to this level, you just go say something. Pugnant in the chat is saying, unless I'm missing something, my understanding is that he considers him a danger to kids, as in he might hurt someone in the future because he is so careless. You need to read more, Pugnant. It's fucking...
is he talking
This is more of that shit that you're gonna come and start asking everybody about in a fucking year. Like you're a year behind everybody else.
Yeah, I think okay, that makes sense. He said he's talking about Cobra, I think.
He calls a lot of people. All right, yeah. Again, though, he's just some goofy kid, and he'll even say, "No, I was fucking around."
I don't think anybody's beyond criticism, and especially like a 16-year-old kid. I'm sure he's done something stupid at some point.
Yeah.
This time on YouTube.
You tell him he's wrong, you tell him he did a bad thing, but fucking, you shouldn't have to have these crazy conversations with the fucking grown folk, but you always do. That's the part that irritates me. Kid came on, fucking owned up to what he did. Said it was bad, said it was dumb. Owned up to it on Twitter, like right at, soon after, same day. But no, it's not what we're getting. We are on multiple days at this point of Tommy bitching about it. It's nonsense. Jessica said, Pugnant doesn't think Tommy called Cobra a pedo. Then you miss shit, Pugnant. That's fucking, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Patrick Plays saying, I'm sorry of accusing you of deleting messages. You're lucky I'm even reading them. It's fucking... Nah.
I think that was a Tommy take that he said that he didn't call them a pedo. It was like some complicated, weird fucking thing.
It's always complicated. It's fine.
It's fine.
Alright. Is everybody, I don't know, round and about I don't know. Are you doing anything later, Fowl? Do you ever do anything later? Or is you do this?
Yeah, I don't really like, I don't know, maybe I should do something
One
else,
day
but...
you'll make a video. It's gonna happen one day.
Yeah, or I'll stream a game or something. I don't know.
Oh, you play video games?
Yeah, but well, not really right now. I haven't really played much lately.
You should.
Just Magic, but I
Yeah,
mean...
You should consider it. I think you would like... You get a little more out of just unwinding, playing a couple video games, not watching a stream or two. Just not giving a shit for a minute. Just chilling out. I recommend this.
Yeah, I like that kind of shit too.
I recommend. We did a long ass stream today. All right, this was long as fuck. We may be able to do another one tomorrow. If we don't, I know we can do one on Wednesday. Again, I've told everybody the schedule is very wonky, but it's leveling out. It'll be better soon. But Pugnant, if you missed a bunch of things, just ask people. Someone will probably give it to you at a Discord or whatever. But you can't be coming up to people a fucking year after stuff and then be mad that they're irritated. They have to explain it to you again. Try to fucking keep up now. What is this? Who wants to read my superhero fan fiction? It's a good way to get cancer. That sounds fucking terrible. That sounds like a bad plan. I don't know if I want to read that. Superhero fan fiction. Give me something. Give me something to watch. Thank you. I have a new low opinion of humanity thanks to Tommy. I'm thankful to know the world's going to die from a massive viral outbreak. Today was a good day. Man, it wasn't. Man, it wasn't. Chris said, oh, hold on. Chris said, go watch Bo Black's vid, Pugnant. And Pugnant said, I'll pass. And then told me that I'm being fair. Pugnant is a fucking, he's pulling some shit. I mean, way too reasonable right now. He is passed on a Bo Black's video and is telling Tonka that Tonka is fair. He specifically called me unfair a week ago. Remember that? That was specifically what he called me, was unfair.
I'll say this much. Bo Blacks hates Tommy C.
Why?
So, oh, you didn't know they hate each other?
It's a mutual thing.
It's an on and off thing. Like, they'll be friendly one day, and they were, you know, he was originally the only person allowed to post Tommy C's videos on his channel. He was allowed to clip them for a while, but
wait, that was him?
Yeah, that was Bo Blacks. He was the only approved clipper, and then they got into a fight, and then he was no longer an approved clipper.
Yeah,
and then they got along again, and then they hate each other again. It's hot and cold. It's that Katy Perry song in person form.
Yeah, they'll be cool again, and then they'll argue again, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, open folders." I'm like, but you were cool with me after that. What the fuck? It's like, God, you guys are retarded.
Probably. Pugnant said, bro, I said you're being fair right now with the whole keeping up thing. Okay, Pugnant, cool. I will bite. This will be our last thing today. Pugnant, I want you to tell me of a time I was unfair. The Cobra guy's singing that song. I know that song.
Yeah.
I don't know who sings it, but I know that
Perry.
song.
I just referenced it.
Got it. All right, Pugnant, tell me when I was unfair. Give me one time I was unfair. I will wait. Just give me one. Then when you can't, we can just leave. Because I'm going to go eat, probably sit around for a while, and then I'm going to play that game in the evening. A few hours.
I also have a stream in a few.
She said she has a stream in a few.
Yes.
I don't know if she's being honest.
But I too need to eat.
Man. I hear talking about eating. Jessica has got a timestamp for when Tommy called the dude a pedophile. This is no good.
23 minutes, Pug. This is mean.
This is the last part of YouTube where shit being proven means anything. This is the way it doesn't mean anything anywhere else.
I don't even understand today. Today is really weird. We spent how many hours talking about the guy, like, just calling a 16-year-old a pedophile and fucking talking about, like, oh yeah, he hopes he dies of heroin overdose and all this shit and gets hit by a truck.
I was all over that weird overreaction.
And then we capped it off with, why aren't you friends with him now? Do you think you could forgive him?
Well, no, it's not that. Like, I don't know if you're gonna forgive him. I don't think you will. But just the way that you're like, what he said to me was unforgivable. I said, hold up.
You should hang out with that guy, man.
No, don't hang out with him. I'm not saying that.
Why are you lying?
I say you may want to. You sound like you wanted to say some shit to him, and then the motherfucker never gave you a chance to say nothing to him.
You never got closure.
So you just, oh wow, you made it sound terrible.
He didn't. He never got closure. He just got blocked and no response. He got called a lunatic, got lied about, and never got to have the conversation with the person that was throwing all these insults at him. I think that's where the animosity lies. For him, anyway.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Oh, Billy said he's got to run it, but you too, Billy. Take it easy. And I don't think Pugnant's going to come up with that. I don't think he knows of a time that I've been unfair.
Oh, he responded to.
He responded to Jessica afterward. Yeah,
Oh, brilliant.
He's not. I don't think he knows if the time have been unfair. But it's hey, I was just wondering.
I mean,
I
if
was
he
just
can, if he
curious.
thinks of something, he can throw it in general.
Yeah. And apparently, Jacob is saying he's gone 3 weeks without opening a bag of Doritos.
That sounds sad.
Well, no, I think it's an accomplishment. I think he's trying to break the habit. So there's that. Fucking, I have one Tonka fair. That is
It's
the
unfair.
one.
I don't have it.
That is the one unfair thing. Is that all of those fucking bums killed off Tonka Fair like 2 years ago?
Tonka's all unfair. Akujin's in there. Something oppression. I can't remember the whole fucking SpongeBob thing.
Hold on. Pugnant said, "Okay, I remember that clip, and it's a bit too far." All right,
Yeah.
but that means he did it then, doesn't it, Pugnant?
Yeah.
That's the important part, is that he did that.
It's like Cobra came on here.
I also agree with you that it's a bit far. And what the fuck? Why also are you calling for him to die? There's that too, but he did it. And it makes no sense. Pugnant says, I think you were unfair to Nick in your argument. I've been
There's
more
your
than
one.
fair to Nick. Oh, I was not unfair to Nick.
But you asked when he thinks you've been unfair. I thought you meant to him, but
It can still count.
sure.
I think it's as good as we'll get. You were unfair to Nick in your argument. I was more than fair to Nick. Nick is disingenuous as fuck, and it will not be long before everybody catches on to that shit.
I was more than fair to Nick. I told him he did stick up for you one time, and I admitted that. I guess that's all that, like, since he did that one time, like, him being a complete piece of shit afterwards shouldn't matter. But
It's not just stuff like that. He went out of his way to try to paint Vamp as this huge liar about some shit that doesn't fucking matter, to the point where Pugnant, when trying to explain something, he showed Vamp's fucking receipt thing and it's like, oh, well, Vamp's a known liar. So now Pugnant has to deal with how his boy Nick has made it to where people say Vamp's just a Vamp's just a liar. You can't trust that. Because that was what they pushed a minute ago. So now he can't use the evidence.
And
That's
whose
a hell
fault
of a
is
conundrum. That's a hell of a conundrum. Because the funny thing about that is if you go full circle around it, it was Pugnant who fucking put that shit out.
Oh,
It was he himself.
Yeah.
The Pugnant.
He's kind of started it.
Wait.
Full circle.
No, it's almost there. It's almost there, but that was
It was Pugnant who was saying, look, I have found a secret glitch that will tell me what the sub count number is. And it's like, no, you didn't, you fucking idiot. That's not how that works.
That's been a running joke.
Yeah, that's the last channel you were on, you fucking moron. That's how that goes. And sure enough, the last channel he was on had that number. And he was like, oh, they still ran with it because it's cool.
Full circle, actually. Craxus, that was my issue with him, is he called us known liars.
Well, yeah, because that's the shit that gets pushed out, and it's over shit like that, where they'll make up some fucking evidence. You know, because making up evidence is, nobody would do that, right?
Yeah, I guess you just kind of got told the same thing when you really.
Hey, I have a glitch on my phone, so this means that this is happening. What is wrong with you? That's so dopey. So dopey. But they went with it. And now it's hard for him to fucking. He's like, well, look, here's the proof, and it's like, oh, well, that comes from this and this, so I don't believe it. And it's like, what? Now later on, this person Huh, hold on. Pugnant says, why was a dot missing in Vamp's response to the glitch? Why are you being so foolish here?
My response to the glitch
There was no dot needed.
was another glitch.
Yeah, it's just people can replicate that glitch. It's not hard to do. That's not a fucking fancy glitch.
No, I've been sent multiple
He said, hold on.
screenshots.
He keeps saying, why is the dot? There was no dot needed. It was just 13 million.
Then 100 million.
It's easy.
Then 64K. Oh. And Jessica just replicated it. Again.
Jessica, you could throw it over in the fucking normal thing so Pugnant can see it. Just throw it over there, too. It's not hard to do, dude. It's a really easy glitch. Patrick's saying inspect element. No! No, not needed. It's fucking easy. It's way easier than that. All you have to do, I think you go there, you click to another video, and then you back up before it's done. Look, something like that. Is that what it is? I can't remember. It's something stupid easy. Like, it's ridiculously easy how it could happen. And there's Pugnant. Shit, mate, you're close to it. See? It's not hard to do. It's a really easy glitch to perform.
Yeah.
That's why you were able to do it on fucking accident. Pugnant saying, you're not hearing what I'm saying. Okay. I am, though. The glitch that was done with that one didn't need or require a dot. There's no decimal point in it. I just went to a channel that had 13 million or some shit like that because it was funny. Because it's a glitch that we thought that the people who pretend to be gurus of YouTube would have heard of by now. Pugnant says, that's my first encounter with that glitch.
Well.
Pugnant said, Vamp sent another glitch on some iPad where the dot was missing. Well, we kind of had a Discord full of people just doing the glitch.
Yes.
So there were about 1 million examples of that. So I don't know what to tell you.
Hashtag Dotgate.
Dotgate, yeah.
Dotgate. It's just a thing. A bunch of people were spamming the shit through the Discord. I can't remember how many people did, but it was some people who fucking do the show did it a couple times. I think like Blossom and fucking Akujin did it.
I'm able to do it on my phone, I think.
And then Jessica and a bunch of people in the fucking chat were putting them up. It was just a bunch of them. So I think she just got some of them and just posted them up. And it was like, no, they're trying to say they have 13 million subs. Jesus Christ, fuck them.
No.
That's why. That's when you lose hope for somebody having any kind of knowing what's going on.
God, and then that was what Nick made a video about me for. He was like shaking it, the camera in his computer and shit.
Oh yeah.
Got me good.
That happened. Anyway.
Kyra is saying he doesn't mean a decimal. There should be a dot before the sub number. I don't fucking.
It hurts.
I don't see one on there. But even if there is one on there, the entire point was he had T-Clip sub number. Didn't have anybody over here sub number. And T-Clip sub number because that's what he was watching before, and it carried to the next video. That was the point. But they still run with that. And Paint Vamp is this horrible liar who's trying to tell people we have 1 billion subs or some shit. So that they don't have to fucking acknowledge how full of shit the people around them are. And that's a problem that they've got. Pugna's saying, I'm not denying the glitch happened. Nobody is denying the glitch happens. That's not what's being said. I'm just saying that it's fucking you up now. I'm saying that you are now feeling the effects of you directly going out and trying to portray people as liars when you are the one who was uninformed. This is the direct chain of events that leads to. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Pugnant said it isn't fucking me up. Oh, yes, it is. I read the thread. You're trying to prove something to somebody, and they won't listen. Because of something that you did before. And that's interesting to me. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing what you're doing now. No. I'm just telling you, that's interesting for me to see. Something that you set into motion is now what you are feeling the effects of. That is interesting to me. Pugnant says, truly a knee slapper. It's a hell of a deal. That is a hell of a deal. It's that great old circle. I don't know. You might eventually get better at this stuff. You're getting to where you're picking up on a few people and noticing that some of the ones you surround yourself with aren't quite the best people in the world. So I'll give you a few more months before you figure out that the rest of them are scumbags too. All right. You ready? I'm ready.
So ready.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna go do the eating thing.
Same.
Hope everybody has a decent day. I'll do Twitch in like a little while. I'll try to beat the Witcher monster on the Monster Hunter game. And maybe we'll do a show again here in the morning. Or early afternoon, whichever. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. If it doesn't happen, then definitely the day after. I think we're good to do one. Yeah.
Right.
Anything else to say stuff?
Nope. Good.
Done?
Good.
Bye.
Bye.
Done.